May the fourth be with you. Oh, it's loud. I hate that it resets every time. Go easy, thanks for the host, dude. Music really does fit her, though. It makes me angry. Sorry for the delay. I was doing some adulting. I was refinancing my... Well, they said, refinance your car quick and easy. That shit ain't quick and easy. Fuck that. So I just stopped at one step, and I'm like, all right, I'm done. This is not quick and easy. But it saved me a good amount of money if we can actually get it done. Oh, you guys probably want to see that on screen, huh? I would think. How's everybody doing this fine evening? There's no garb because it's Star Wars Day. Star Wars Day takes precedent over everything. If I had to go into court on Star Wars Day, this is what they would see. No, not really. But I've never really had to make that decision because I looked at this. I looked at this today because I was like, I bet people are going to ask. So I'm going to go back and look at my schedule history, and there has not been one instance of me going into court on May the 4th since I started practicing. Just always happen to dodge it. It's fantastic. This is the May. What's up, Rick? How's it going, dude? The fam's doing well. What's hideous? Oh, her? Yeah, she's hideous. Don't worry, Paisano. I'm glad you were able to get it going. I know streaming can be a fucking pain in the ass. Dog It's Galaxy, Beth, Easy, Chris, Final, JB, Miro, Nick, Ran, Freighter. Somebody else too. Who am I forgetting? Is that Gianna or Yana? I guess it could be Gianna too. G's are so fun. Devin. How y'all doing? This fine May the 4th. At least for me, it's still May the 4th. Valorant. That game always looked really fun to get into. I've just never played it for whatever reason. Always fun to win with the lucky wall bang. I mean, those are both good movies. They're just not nearly as good as the original 3. Force Awakens really is the only good movie of the sequels. And Rogue One I actually thought was a pretty... I think it's an underrated movie. I think it's good. It's really fun. Some issues with it, but I mean, I have some issues with Force Awakens too, and I still like that movie a lot. Ricochet will tell you about some Rogue One. Tone will tell you about some Rogue One. My crush. We're gonna get through her as much as possible. God. Just let my dog out. I'll be right back. In fact, when I start going through this dialogue, I'm gonna fucking speed through this shit. So if I'm not looking at chat for like a few minutes, that's why. Because I just want to... you guys really want, I can do this. There. I still have a suit coat on, just with a t-shirt. Because I'm a millennial professional. And that's how we do things, obviously. I am not wearing that Edgeworth outfit anytime in the near future, though. So, it might happen again, but it won't happen for the rest of this playthrough, at least. Maybe during the next investigation game, I'll do it once. That is a lot. I do not like wearing wigs. Holy shit. Maybe if it was just a skit, it wouldn't be a big deal, but having to wear that thing for 4 hours... Thank you to Lugia for the raid. Here's Lugia's channel. Make sure to go check him out. Oh, what the hell did you say you were streaming today? I saw when you posted the link. I can't remember what it was. What was it? Those blinds? I got news for you. They're not fixed. These are just a different set of blinds. And these are fucked up too. I gotta get curtains for that. I think that'll be the best way to go about it, especially since whenever I try to shoot videos during the day, this fucking window is just like blasted with sun. So I need to get like some black curtains or something. She does look like she's about to slap a bitch. Oh, doing it just chatting? Nice. Thank you for the raid, my dude. Oh, I should give you guys your raid credits. I've always thought that. I'm like, I know there's somebody out there that sees my blinds and they're like, dude, what the fuck is your problem? Fix your goddamn blinds. That's not a bad idea, Nick. Forget that time exists. Oh. I was thinking about that a little bit when I was watching a Star War today. I was like, yeah, you know what's weird? And like, let's say you have bridge duty or something. This would apply to Star Trek too. In fact, probably even more so because Starfleet's more like, they seem, and they're presented as a more organized military operation. Let's say you're on the bridge and you're in space. Is there really any fucking difference between being on the 11 to 7 shift versus the 7 to 3? But it's all gonna look the fucking same to you. It's not like there's gonna be different between like night and day. Except for like your own natural biorhythm, which could be out of place anyways compared to the average person. Put a bookshelf there. The problem is then I'm gonna have to move the couch over and the couch won't be in front of the TV then. That's an issue. I think the curtains are like the idea. Oh, I didn't know that about blackout curtains. Good to know. Can I help you with something? Needy thing. Oh, so you use... I guess that makes sense. I should have assumed that you probably speak from experience. She looks like your grandmother. Change the hair. I mean, she looks like a nice old lady. The problem is we know she's not a nice old lady, right? The problem is that if the dog's playing it, you'd get through less of it than I would. Nobody, Sarah. Nobody. Dog's name is Lucy. You mean to say that you witnessed someone being killed right before your eyes?
Sounds like a pretty important piece of testimony to me.
Give me the side eye, are you fucking kidding me? I happened to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you.
Looks like we hit the jackpot, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, I can't afford to ignore what she has to say, unfortunately. What's that unfortunately you tacked on at the end? That's supposed to be an edgy Peru?
Well, anyway, let's see what we can find out from this little old lady.
I'm sorry, is there something? She's like pulling my chair. Is there something you really need? I just let you outside. You don't have to go out. Why are you... attention, but then you have to let me be to stream, okay? Oh. First spot is the neck. My brother-in-law, my wife's brother, came over the other day, and she came up to him and she just kind of put him down. He was like, "Did I do something to make her think she was mad at me?" I'm like, "No, she just wants you to itch her neck. That's her, that's her thing." So she just comes and presents it. First spot. Please, my neck. Pet it.
Hold it!
You want to sit over there? Sit over there? I don't know what you want. You need like water or something? Hold on, let me make sure he has what she needs. gave her some water. It's not like it was empty, but it seemed like she was thirsty. You mean you took a break from being the pink badger? You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping kids' dreams alive. You smell of sweet. Oh, you not sweet. Oh, I wish. You smell of sweat. Your hip creaks with pain. You even begin to dream about work.
That's the kind of story that would scar a child for life, you know.
Well, that's why I chose to come to take my break here, whippersnapper. I don't plan on playing the part of the dead badger in front of a bunch of kids. So, what did you see while the pink badger was resting? Oh, yes, that. Well. You saw two men? Can you describe them for me? Every single piece of music that comes from Ace Attorney is good. I would have to disagree. Why do I disagree, you might ask? Because the Blue Badger theme exists. That's the streaming attire, man. I mean, these pajama pants are Star Wars, so I mean, gotta get decked out. It's like, what? Where's the gear? Oh. Oh, just think of Edgeworth like this walking around. They do not. As someone who grew up with 3 cats, I can confirm that to be true. No, I fucking hated Old Bag. I did, however, so when I was putting the tier list together, I admitted that she was good for her role. Like, the game did a good job with her. I didn't like her, but I don't think that was necessarily a bad thing. I would think I was supposed to find her obnoxious. So I give the character credit, and I think it was executed properly. But now, like, okay, you brought her back, then you made reference to her in the 3rd one, which is kind of cool without bringing her in. And you bring her back again? Like, does she really need to be in this game? No, not really. You could have brought back one of the other old characters, but I guess they wanted the dynamic of, like, she has a crush over him, so now he's uncomfortable. Or a new power supply. So we think that's the issue. Hopefully that's all it is, because the power supply is not super expensive to replace. Oh, I don't think it's good. Well, okay, I think it's creepy. Even in a vacuum, it's creepy as shit. But I tend to think like all nursery rhymes, shit like that's creepy. You saw 2 men? Can you describe them for me? They look like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring that I don't even remember much beyond that. But did they have any special features? Anything you can recall would be very helpful. Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those 2 men.
Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm not worked up over anyone, and I'm not jealous.
It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those 2 are just foals compared to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them, I lost interest the instant I laid eyes on them.
You're claiming to have seen the exact moments in which the murder took place?
Absolutely, that gun made a terrible racket when it was fired.
You didn't try to go help the person that got shot? Smile.
I'm only one person, you smart alecky brat. What could I have done? I took off as soon as I could to find someone who could help.
2 men, 1 bullet. It's all consistent with what we found out from the body. Sadly, there wasn't exactly a lot of new information to go on in your testimony.
Well, if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for you. I mean, how do you expect me to remember anything without something to jog my memory?
Self-centered, aren't we?
While it was somewhat useful, her testimony also presents us with a new problem.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Yes?
So about this new problem.
What is that giant grin on your face for?
You want me to show you something really nice?
No, thank you.
Don't be so mean. I swear it's something you're gonna like.
What is that gadget you're holding? What is that contraption? It seems to have numbers and a screen on it. It couldn't be a phone. I've seen too many of those in my time as a prosecutor. Although, to be fair, maybe it's not a phone. It looks like a phone, though. I would have said, is that a phone? As opposed to, like, uttering the exact phrase that makes you seem like a 70-year-old. The only thing that could have made him sound older is, say something like automated or like electronic something. What you see before you is the secret weapon of a great thief. I should have known it would be worthless. Ah, don't be like that. Tee. What do you think now? I'm going to shit myself. It's projecting something into the air. I'm going to input the necessary information to run the simulation now. Once I'm done, I'll increase the size of the projection and its maximum size. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares to take wing, one alone. Wait. Oh, she says some. She words things so weirdly sometimes. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now, witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. What is this? I feel the same way he does. $50? Yeah, that sounds about right. A lot better than having to, like, buy a whole new motherboard or something like that, which would be like 3 or 4 times more expensive. Yeah, like, stop bringing back super obnoxious people. Make some new characters. Like the return of some characters makes sense, especially when it's somebody like Emma. She's like a tertiary protagonist. That makes sense. Old Bag's just a fucking annoyance. Yeah, I agree with Creature Soul. I think that's why she was brought back, so that you could get an interaction between her and Edgeworth instead of her and Phoenix. Because you've never really been in that position before when you were controlling Edgeworth, at least. It's just that it's, like, while I understand why they added her, I don't think that reason adds anything to my enjoyment of the game. I still have to watch the thing that finish watching the thing that Ventus wanted me to watch a while ago. I just don't have time. And that gun sure was loud. This is fucking magic. Yes, the Blue Badgers theme is horrible. I am in the Matrix. Do I get the cool slip phone? Hello, is it Pato or Pato? Welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy yourself. How old is Old Bag in my point of view? I would think she's at least mid-70s. Like 76 maybe? 75? So between 74 to 76. But like there was that one dude, was that Udon? Udon? The noodle guy. He ended up he was only like 50 something, right? And I swear to God that dude was in his late 60s. So I'm probably off. red pill or blue pill, Mr. Edgeworth? I guess we'll see.
This is a recreation of the murder based on the info I inputted into Little Thief.
Little Thief? I dare say I think you're taking the Robin Hood thing a bit too far.
Little Thief is actually meant to be a simulator for me to plan my thefts.
Okay, come on, guys. We, as a collective here, can almost certainly come up with a significantly better means for this technology to be used, right? That would actually benefit mankind in a significant way, instead of her just using them to plan her petty thefts.
I suppose if I used it like this... Let's see, Miss Old Bag said that the two men were facing each other, and then a gunshot rang out and the victim fell to the ground.
Ah, so with this, we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. Except for their, like, default characters.
See? So what do you think?
This is fucking ridiculous. I have to say I'm impressed by the technology thieves have access to these days. More than the police, apparently. Well, it is the super... Yeah, okay, whatever, indeed. Did that on accident.
Oh, but if there isn't enough information, or if something's out of place, the recreation could come out a little strange.
In other words, I can use this to authenticate the validity of a witness's testimony?
You got it! You really catch on quick, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right now, this simulation is a recreation of that witness's testimony. So for now, I should re-examine everything. If I find anything illogical or strange, I can then ask for clarification.
Feel free to examine anything in this simulation the way you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction.
To who?
If you find something, I've got Little Thief with me, so you can just let me know, okay?
Emma's just sitting there like, this is standard. It'll be interesting, because I haven't seen Maya in a while, so I still tend to think she's my favorite, but I do really like Emma. But I feel like saying that right now wouldn't be fair to Maya until I worked with her again, since it's been like, what, almost half a year since we finished Trials and Tribulations? Hey, Stone Family, what's up? And Nemo? Alright, if I missed anybody else. Farid? Is it Farid or Farid? For some reason I think the last time I said your name, I said Farid. The Emma Simp train? See, I can't. Does Adrian Andrews still exists? As long as Adrian Andrews still exists, I can't, in good conscience, join any other simp train. Well, Mia doesn't exist anymore, at least in corporeal form. Because, yeah, young Mia is, like, the fucking pinnacle. Examine that. Is there anything else around here to examine? Looks like they broke the walls down! Been doing a lot of brushing up on my wrestling history recently. Every once in a while, I'll fall into a Wikipedia hole of like, what's been happening in wrestling like the past 5 years? And I'm like, oh, Chris Jericho and WWE did not part on good terms. That sort of surprises me. He has a podcast, right? Where like they're constantly talking shit about it.
I guess this means that they're done for the day.
Or maybe it's because a different show is scheduled to start its run tomorrow. Or maybe because there was a fucking murder that just happened here. Okay, let's look at the It's the silhouette of the killer with his gun at the ready. Hey, is it not possible to recreate the face of the killer?
Well, I can't exactly input what we don't know into Little Thief.
He has a point. According to the testimony, the victim fell to the ground here.
That's right, but why?
But if that's the case, then we've already found our first contradiction.
Huh? What? Where?
If this is the real scene of the crime, there's something missing that should be here. Blood. Which piece of evidence shows the missing item? Isn't it just blood?
Take that!
This is the contradiction. Is something wrong with my recreation? If this is the real scene of the crime, something specific should be here. If you think back, how do we deduce that the other crime scene was not the real one?
Oh, I get what's missing now. There's no blood on the ground here either, right?
Right. The fact that there is no blood here casts doubt on the witness's testimony.
Auntie Pooh, how can you doubt me like that? Are you calling me a liar? I know what I saw, and I saw the victim get shot down.
You know, I don't think she's lying, Mr. Edgeworth.
To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. In that case, maybe there is another explanation for the distinct lack of blood. Okay.
This is amazing! Just feel the power of science!
Okay, you don't have anything else for us, except for that fucking adorable newsboy hat you have.
What is this, some sort of new attraction?
Oh no, I need to logic it. Okay, I thought that was a piece of evidence. It was on the stage. Hey, what's up, Ventus? Yeah, I think that's a nice touch. I mean, I know a lot of people look at this and they're probably like, wow, that looks dated. But as somebody that grew up during the days of A Link to the Past and shit like that, I love the sprites, to be honest. That little extra bit of detail they get. What if the stage was right there and it got packed up and that's why there's no blood? Fine. Oh, the victim was in a costume. It says that there. That's what I said last time. Is it not possible that the victim was wearing a costume? He could have been wearing it back at the other place though, too, then.
Do you really think that Mr. Deacon was one of the kidnappers?
I think we can reasonably assume there is a very good chance that he was. And that if he was shot while he was inside of one of those stolen costumes,
then Mr. Deacon's blood would be inside the costume instead of on the ground.
Precisely. Now, if only we could prove that the victim was wearing a costume.
You'd think it'd be pretty easy if we could find some footprints. The problem is finding them, since there doesn't seem to be any around.
Footprints, huh? I wonder how we can go about finding some of those things. I wouldn't complain if you called the military an old bag. There's nothing wrong about simping for Emma. They probably look better in the DS, the original DS game. But just from like an outsider's perspective, if somebody never played the DS games, never seen them, I think they look good. Can she help me find footprints? Yep. Emma, about that method you were talking about for finding footprints.
Ah, finally my expert knowledge in forensic is needed.
Yes. Well, can you detect and trace even partial footprints?
Leave it to me. My cutting-edge detection kit can find anything.
Very well. If you could please analyze the footprints in this area.
Okay, stand back now and witness the power of science at work. Hey, I found something! Look right there!
I don't see anything.
Oh, that's right. Here, put these special glasses on, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh God, please show Edgeworth with the glasses on. Please. That's all I want today. Just that one thing. Please, just that one thing. These footprints were definitely left by a badger costume.
Judging by the way the prints are layered, those seem to be the newest.
Then we can conclude that the victim was definitely wearing a costume at the time.
Okay, in that case, I'll update Little Thief simulation parameters.
I can't wait to see what we find out with this new info. It's okay, Ran. I know that the girl you really simp for is Yanfei, and that's perfectly acceptable. You can't talk about Yanfei because we're playing Phoenix Wright, not Genshin Impact, am I right? But I mean, to be fair, Yanfei is a lawyer, so I mean, talk away. The badger is dead. The badger is dead. Well, if you don't simp for Sister Bikini, I'm not sure you have a soul. No worries, Freed. Made a mistake, it's okay. No harm done. I didn't even see what the message was, so no worries. It is a beautiful sight to behold. Yo, what's up, Tom? And also with you. So the victim was wearing a costume when he died.
With that, we should be one step closer to the truth, right?
I see the recreation has changed in accordance with the new information. We may be closer, but now something else has caught my attention. You really have to raise your arm every time you do that? That's not the Master Sword. What do you want? Whoa, wow! Where did that come from all of a sudden? The fuck do you want? It's Revenge of the Fifth already? That's okay. As long as you acknowledged the fourth when it was, so. I mean, I could understand simping for the judge. You can manipulate him to believe literally anything. Anything.
Your testimony, naturally. I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please. Giving me the side eye. Came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground.
Didn't she say they were nondescript people? How the fuck would she get it wrong that one dude was in a costume?
It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you.
I should press her on that. Was it really terrifying? So, does this mean that Miss Oldbag's testimony has a contradiction in it?
Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare it with your recreation.
See, I just knew Little Thief would be of help. Now let's see if we can pull more info from Miss Oldbag to put into our recreation.
For that, we must first find the contradiction in her testimony.
Well, as I point at her, while talking to you about her in the third person. Double whammo of rudeness.
Hold it.
Misty. I'm still a little salty about how they treated Misty. Like in game. Like there's this whole mystery behind her and then she just fucking she's dead. Oh. I didn't even know that was her. Well, yep, no. Now she's dead. Hey Volpe, how's it going? It's not that she didn't mention the costume, it's that she explicitly stated that she saw two average-looking Joes. She affirmatively contradicted the idea of there being a costume. Unless she thinks the Blue Badger is an average Joe. So that's like the difference between omission, just simply not telling us that information, versus she told us something that is a direct contradiction. You've been whipped before? That sounds awful. Well, actually, I suppose I have been whipped, just not with a whip. I mean, anybody who's from the South probably has heard of a switch before. Doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good to get hit with one of them. And the worst part about it is the person that's going to discipline you makes you go out and get the stick. And if you don't get a suitable stick, they'll make you go out again. So you're sitting there this whole time in anxiety because you know you're about to get hit with this stick. And you're trying to find one that's not too brutal, but also not too soft. Or they're just gonna make you go get another one. Man. Oh, I'm never gonna do that to my kids. That's brutal. It's funny to think about like now, like 30 years later, but at the time that was not great. Like you would try to get the thing that borders on a branch and like a twig. I kind of clenched a little too, Beth, not gonna lie. A full, yeah, here, hit me with this branch. Let's see how well you swing this around. Yeah, I think most of the instances you will run into are omissions instead of affirmative contradictions. Mostly because that's normally going to be the attorney's like strategy, right? It might be done purposefully. There was a very fine line. My ass felt it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of physical, but it never, like, I think about for me personally, it never corrected my behavior. That's not what ever corrected my behavior. The thing that corrected my behavior the most, and this is going to be different for each person, right, was knowing that the adult or whoever was disappointed in me. That hurt way more than any belt, spanking, switch, removal of, like, grounding of, like, video game privileges. None of that hurt as bad as knowing that I disappointed someone. You mean you took a break from being— wait. Oh, this is literally the same thing. Okay, so we just have to... Two men? How did you know the gender of the two people involved? Seeing as how the victim was wearing a costume at the time. Furthermore, I have another matter I'd like to inquire about. I'd very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony. I'm beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all.
I'm telling you, I really did see it. I saw it with my own eyes. A seat in the second tier.
The second tier?
Hey, didn't you say you saw it right in front of you earlier?
That was, you know, I mean, technically they were in front of me, just not right in front of me. That was, you know, just using the phrase in the metaphorical sense.
Yeah. Huh, I see our witness still has a screw loose in the metaphorical sense.
Cushy seats in the second tier reserved for hotshot VIPs, which is exactly why I go there now to get to take a nap.
I can't see how you could have gotten a good look from there. It's so high up.
Were you able to see even the victim's costume from way up there?
Well, I know I saw two people, but I couldn't really see what they looked like because they were in the stage's shadow. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know. Not like when I was young and people could spot a good man for a 100-yard course, they'd notice me in the fence and
even the game's like, nah, we done with this.
Yeah, it stays right in front of me. I thought, well, it's technically correct. Just not my bad. It's not my fault you interpreted it the wrong way.
Depending on if you heard your middle name, that would be your cue. Oh God, I would have felt terrified. I did get a belt once, and I will tell you, I didn't find the belt to be, it was the same person. I found the switches to be worse than like noticeably worse than the belt, but that I guess could vary depending on how the person uses it, right? What is a photocopier? Okay, I do want to see that. That sounds amazing. Yeah, I mean, that's just it, right? Like, that's the game, basically. This testimony lacks logic, or just, like, it is so absurd that it has to be made up. Blue Badger is perfect creepypasta material. I agree. Old Bag is the entire circus. Paddles with holes in them. I did not have that happen to me personally, but my cousin did. So I had only heard of the stories about it from him. He lived in, he was living in Arkansas for maybe like half a year maybe. When we were growing up. Told me about it. He told me it happened in school, and I thought that was the biggest fucking lie I've ever heard. And then it was confirmed later by other people that, yeah, that's a thing. In school. In school. You fucking paddled. Like, dude, what the fuck? Like, Dazed and Confused is bullshit because that doesn't actually happen. Why is it incorrect? Because it's not the students that walk around paddling other students. No, that would be a problem. That would be a problem. That's bullying, you know. But it's okay for the teachers to do it. Just... let's return to our investigations, shall we, Kay?
You got it.
This new silhouette of the victim is in a costume.
Silhouettes can change depending on the information I input. But Little Thief can recreate more than just people.
Yeah, apparently it can make the entire environment green.
So investigate away. We may even find more info from which to make a more accurate sim.
Alright, sounds like a plan. With the gun at the ready? I mean, I suppose, but it's already been used. I guess it's at the ready for anyone else? Or he just stood there and posed for a while? We wanna... Oh, we should... Yeah, look over here. Yeah, I probably would have made that choice too, Beth. A hanger! Oh, that sounds awful. Oh, that sounds awful. Oops. What the? How do I even do that? There we go. Okay, that's for 20 likes and then 25 likes. All right, I'll take a look at that, Tom. I don't think I've ever been in front of a judge that ordered a competency test on every single person. Mostly because that would be, I think a lot of them see that as a resource problem, not just the resource being time. So I think on average, judges won't do that, at least around here, won't do that unless the issue is brought up. I think it's great that they make sure in your situation that everyone is always tested. That's the most, gonna make sure you have the most valid set of circumstances. High voltage cables. Kneeling on rice? What the fuck? Wow, we have some creative people, disciplinarians. I mean, I consider myself old dog, but I'm not. I know it's like a exaggeration. Hanger doesn't sound bad enough. You don't get caught with that little poke at the end. Oof. Just sore. But yeah, after the second day, it was fine. I didn't have the stiffness anymore. It just the second day is what I thought the first day was going to feel like, which was much more manageable. Yeah, I think more and more people are going to be in your situation, Creature Souls, as we grow older, which I think is good, because again, I don't particularly believe in that form of punishment myself. I don't think it's very effective. At least it wasn't for me. And I think the best thing you can do as a parent is try to take what you learned as a kid and say, well, what worked and what didn't. That doesn't mean it will work or won't, but like, just remember that you were in that situation before. What did you feel like? So a lot of people that go through, not everyone, and I don't want to say it's everyone, a lot of people do that because that's what their parents did without thinking, did it actually help? What did it make me feel like? Like, they don't think about that. It's either cathartic, which is sick. It's sickening. Oh, it happened to me, so it needs to happen to you. That's bullshit. Or it's a matter of like, well, they did it, and I'm okay, so I assume it's okay, without, again, they're looking at it in a vacuum as opposed to, is that why you're okay? Yeah, I'd agree with that. Like and that's why I brought up that example. Like, the idea of having to go get it was like the worst part of it, because anxiety is like, ugh. Whenever I speak out, I only get shamed by other people and parents. I mean, there are just a lot of judgmental people like that still, unfortunately. That sucks. I wish more people were people of reflection. I think that would make society in general more tolerant of others. Yeah, we do plan on having kids, just a matter of when. I think there are some forms of hazing that can actually make the person feel like a part of the group, but that's I very rarely. Otherwise, it's just to fuck with people. They're like, oh, we'll see if you really have the fortitude to stay with. Is that really what it is, or are you just an asshole? Okay, so we check the body. Okay, I thought he might say something new about it, but he did not. Should talk to Emma. Thanks to you, I'm able to proceed with my investigation once again. Thank you.
I was nothing. I'm just glad that science and I could be of service. Pretty amazing how we could see the footprints. That's what the secret... So what's the secret behind that thing? This thing? I want to know what the fuck the secret is behind your gadget. Jesus Christ. Oh, you want to know? Here, you can read the manual. Aha, very interesting. So if I do this, I can avoid leaving footprints.
She can't seriously be trying to use the information to her advantage as a thief. Wait! If that woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down.
You want me to input that kind of... Do you want me to input that bit of info into Little Thief?
Yes, if you please.
Okay.
Well, that's something. Okay. Pretty sure this is not possible. Oh God, people that like try to backseat parent other parents. That's. I can't. Like, if it's something I don't agree with, it's like, well, that's not my kid, you know? I don't know what the situation is. I don't know enough information to believe that I can tell this person what they should and should not be doing. The law can do that. But me, personally, I'm not the law, so, you know. There is clearly
a contradiction here.
Please stop stealing my lines.
Oh, come on. It wasn't that hard to see it coming, even from a layman like me.
Who calls themselves a layman? That's really interesting. The only people I've ever heard use that term are the people that aren't laymen. I suppose, in any case, it's not possible for the killer to have stood here in that way. Because there was a very real stage set up in this spot at the time. Well, where was the entry? He would have had to have shot him. He would have had to have been standing on the stage, shot downward through the shoulder would have been the entry wound then, and out the abdomen. Which means he would have had his back turned to him.
Yeesh. I told you I got it. Do you feel the need to explain everything?
Yes, well, in any case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation.
Isn't it obvious? The killer is on top of the stage naturally. Right, Miss Old Bag?
Yes, I remember now. The killer is standing on top of the stage.
See? Now let me update the info on the simulation.
Da-na-na-na. It's not complete. This is like Twin Peaks. Full pay. What is with you and your obsession with Twin Peaks recently? Well, that's a different story. If it's your job to deal with that, that's entirely different, right? It's literally a part of your job description because they are freely making the decision. They're making that choice to sort of become a part of that, right? What irritates me is unsolicited advice. Yeah, I should have explained myself more specifically. I'm talking about like borderline things. If you go into a house and you see that they're hoarders, and you know that what they're doing is going to cause a hazardous environment for the people, then yeah, of course. That's obvious, though. I'm trying to differentiate the situations between what is obvious and what is not obvious. Yo, what's up, Max? Or then some people say, well, what's obvious? Something that's like actively harmful to the child. Now that is actively harmful to the child. That's when you can start going around in circles. Hello, Nathaniel. Too sexy, it hurts. Leading in a live stream? Yeah. Yeah, teachers have to, by law. Now the question is, if you have a situation like that, because I've seen it happen both ways, obvious something has to, like, CPS has to get involved. Do you confront the people about it and then tell CPS? If they don't respond positively, you give them the chance, or do you just say, I just need to tell CPS? Probably depends on the person, right? You probably know that some people are going to be more receptive than others. Because I've seen some, I've been in cases with parents where I in no way would have bothered confronting them about it, because that would have just led to more problems. But I've seen some where I'm like, you know, they might have been able to prevent this if they actually talked to them ahead of time instead of, like they might have been able to get their shit together earlier if they had actually talked to them about it, as opposed to just reporting it without speaking to them at all. It just, I don't know, those are really tough calls. Yeah, there are situations where that, I mean, you should always worry about that. That should always be the number one concern. Would doing something make life worse for the kid? Doesn't always, though. Because there are certain things that they can't take out on the kid, or they would have taken out on the kid whether or not you brought it up or not. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Sarah. Some people can just not do the wrong thing. All the law can do is say this is what you should do, but that doesn't mean everybody does it, right? Yeah, and I think that comes down to your relationship with them. But yeah, it was always interesting to like get the case notes, the access report, and see just how it came about in the first place. Like how it came in. A lot of the times you see it from schools. Teacher reported seeing bruises, smelling of feces, seemed very like exhibiting behavior of someone who had just experienced some sort of mental trauma. The second most frequent occurrence was a concerned family member. Which makes sense, right? Because they're the ones that are going to, you know. Yeah, it was more of a rhetorical question. I don't want to know the answer because I agree that it depends on the situation. Just some things to think about. I mean, if you're struggling with abusive parents, I know it's difficult, but like, somebody needs to be able to help you. They're not going to change, you know? The other problem is that some kids might, because that's all they've grown up with, assume that it's normal. So how would they even know that something's wrong? They just assume everybody goes through it. School guidance counselors, I think, are kind of underutilized because they have a bad reputation as being unhelpful, but I think that's more of something that has just a bias that's just continued through the years instead of being actually reflective of the current state of things. Much like, just take it something innocuous as an example that has a similar situation. People just assume anime dubs are still bad, and they've been because they were bad in the early 90s. No, they haven't been bad in a long time on average. It just changed, but these types of feelings persist. And so some people never get a chance. Some people never give school guidance counselors a chance. Damn, Beth. Laying down the fucking law. Well, what do we have? What have we here? Bunch of hooligans running amok, I see. Agent Lang, how nice of you to join us. Well, I can't have you going around messing up my crime scenes. Agent Lang, we discovered that the real scene of the murder is here, the stadium. I see, thanks. For what? I'm just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Who knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that? Little Thief is not a toy. You two. Sir! There you have it. You see, big boys like me don't need silly toys, little girl. Now this is a recreation. So what? Do you still intend to assert that Officer Meekins is the killer? Of course. Even knowing that the crime took place here doesn't let him off the hook. This is the real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. That's the truth your little recreations showed. How far will you go to accuse Officer Meekins of the crime? He's the most likely suspect we've got, especially given the situation with this gun. Well, even if he is the killer, at least my recreation was on the mark. You see? Thank you for understanding, my little cowgirl. I'm not some common crow. I'm the Yatagarasu, the Raven of Legend. Unfortunately, your conclusion has yet to be tested, so let's see how well it holds up. Yeah, and I mean, if your preference is simply sub compared to dub, that's one thing. But, like, if the reasoning behind it, for some people, the reasoning is that the dubs are bad. No, they're not. No, they're not. On average, they are good these days. They're very good. Cowboy Bebop dub is objectively better. And I know it's... Oh, I can't say objectively. It's objectively better than the sub. Mostly because Stephen J. Bloom delivered Spike, like, according to the creator, better than the Japanese VA did. Because they're supposed to be based off of Western characters. He's going to have a better idea. in general of how to play them. But I mean, that's the thing too. It worked out because it was Stephen J. Bloom. That doesn't mean that if you used somebody else, they would have been just as good. They might not have been. A lot of people just assume that, oh, it's in Japanese, so it must be better. No, there's a lot of bad Japanese VAs. A lot of people just don't even notice or realize it because they're watching it in a completely different language and culture, and they don't have any context beyond what they've seen on the anime screen. So they just assume it's good. And there are a lot more poor VAs out there than people are led to believe. But it's the original language, so they must, it must do a better job. No, not necessarily. I mean, the Brotherhood dub's really good. It's not as good as the Cowboy Bebop dub, but it is very good. All right, later, Pato. Take it easy. Well, I agree. That's why I like the Ava dub. That's not like an objectively good dub, but it has its charm to it. Yeah, and that's entirely possible that it could happen. I believe it. God, I am a little low on dub right now, just because the most recent new dub that I've seen is Demon Slayer, and it started off great, and then, oof. They introduce one character, and it becomes one of the most insufferable dubs I've ever heard in my life. Just one character really. That happens with subs too sometimes, where like just one. I mean, that's Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is unwatchable because the Goku's VA is just abysmal to me. I know that that's what they were going for. I just think it sounds like nails on a chalkboard. Demon Slayer has a character that does the same thing for the dub. I'm gonna go see the movie Thursday. Excited to see that. Lying in wait, how did Officer Meekins even know the victim was going to come here? Simple, he was investigating the kidnappers, right? While he was doing so, he came to understand the victim, Mr. Deacon's movements. Why would the good officer want to ambush and kill a kidnapper? You mean his motive? Who knows and who cares? You can find that out for yourself when you talk to him in jail. You have no respect for the order of law. Don't get me wrong, but I need more than there's no motive to convince me otherwise. He's right. The lack of a motive is a rather weak argument by itself. So the officer lie in wait, top of the stage. I think I'm going to do that tomorrow, Tom. Thank you for the idea. Sounds like a wonderful day a wonderful way to start my day while I'm getting some paperwork done. So you're agreeing with how our recreation turned out? Like I said, I'm grateful that you were able to save me some time. Alright, but we still don't know why he chose to wait on top of the stage. Who cares? Maybe he wanted to become the Blue Badger. Who's to say he didn't see the stage and decided to put on a Badger stage show of his own? Or maybe there's a completely different reason? What does it matter? Still doesn't change the fact that that Officer Meekins stood up on that stage and shot the victim on the ground below. So you honestly believe that what you're saying is what really occurred? Hey, you're the one who came up with the scenario. Are you saying you doubt yourselves? Touché. Unfortunately, Agent Lang's conclusions do not contradict with our recreation.
Then does that mean it all went down just as he says?
No, not quite. I wonder if what we had recreated earlier was the whole truth? Isn't he doing this in that meme?
Meow.
Yeah, put it together. Oh, it can. Shigaraki from My Hero Academia, I think, is a prime example of that. I like the My Hero dub, and I mostly prefer the dub. But Shigaraki is one of a few characters that I'm like, they are significantly better in the sub. He's so much more menacing. In the dub, he's this whiny little bitch. Oh, that's... We're saying recently divorced. We know that's not a good start. I thought it was a line in the game too. I'm like, oh, yeah, it was a good line. And then I'm like, no, that wasn't in the game. The victim finally showed. He shot him from on high. Interestingly enough, would he have known who it was? Because he had the hat on. I still think he was turned around, not facing forward, but I'm not sure that's where the game wants me to go. Oh, not it. I'm terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you that our recreation is incomplete. You cut in quite unexpectedly, after all. What's that supposed to mean? You said that the victim was shot by the killer from up above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible.
Oh, why not?
Recall Mr. Deacon's body, specifically where the gunshot wounds were located.
Actually, I didn't get that good of a look.
Oh, well then. The bullet entered Mr. Deacon in his abdomen region and exited his right shoulder. This is more consistent with an angled shot from beneath the victim. Good. Oh, I guess he could have been on the stage too, and the roles were reversed. Didn't think about that.
Then,
yes, our recreation had the victim being shot at an angle from above.
a clear contradiction.
You're You're discounting your own conclusions? No, this one point is the only flaw. This was the mistake parameter in our recreation. Yes, the locations of the killer and the victim were wrong. I get it, I see what you're trying to say. I believe the killer and the victim were standing opposite to what we initially thought. It was the victim who was on the top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. We'll let you post the rest. Because it like deletes it or something? So I can look in Discord. It's 12:30 for me. This is the end of my day. Unless I get some inspiration for some late night work. Generally, I'll just do it when I wake up. And this is what happened. It also explained the positioning of the gunshot wounds. But then, what about the footprints? Since the footprints don't lie, we can assume then that the killer also wore a costume. Okay, I'll try using that data instead. Judging by the fact that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes, I'd say it was a killing between the two kidnappers. That would be the most natural conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Lang? Oh, jeez. Well, I'm glad you didn't come out of that hurt. What a fucking awful person. Yeah, you always worry about that sort of shit when there's a messy divorce. Oh, God. No fatigue. No fatigue. Wake up. Well done, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Meekins of the crime. I ask that you take another good look at the tire marks over there. 3 marks are indicative of the Blue Badger mobile. That story Officer Meekins told about that shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie. He drove the Blue Badger mobile here and committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area. He underestimated you. His loss. Yeah, that's a good question. What commands is she inputting? You believe he moved the body with the car? That's right. It was Officer Meekins himself who pointed us to the way he did it. The 3 tired tread marks are very telling. However, is the Blue Badger mobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? That and it's here! Wouldn't it have been over there with Meekins if he used it? Shows that the pink Badger mobile was taken. Oh, right, the pink Badger mobile is here, not the blue Badger mobile. Duh. Stupid. He did take the... Three tire marks. I have to agree that the blue Badger mobile has 3 tires. Of course, the only thing in this park that could make those tires is that roving shop. Are you forgetting that there are in fact 3 of them? You can't simply ignore the pink and the proto Badger mobiles, Agent Lang. Of course, I didn't say it couldn't be either of the other 2, but I see no reason to drag them into this just to complicate things. That'd be too complicated to think about further possibilities. Of course, you have some sort of proof that it was all a lie, correct? Of course not.
Well, that was blunt.
But suppose it is a lie, and it would explain a lot of things, like his movements and his whereabouts. Well, you still claim that the marks belong to the blue Badger mobile? It must have arrived on the scene after the ground had become wet with rain. Officer Meekins committed the murder. Besides the blue Badger mobile, there are other ways the body could have been moved. Recall what the Wild Wild West recall what the Wild Wild West area looked like. Only the blue Badger mobile and Mr. Deacon's body were in the garage. I'd say that's proof. Suppose if one were to look at that place, that would be the only logical conclusion. However, my experience tells me that the truth is usually not so easily found. There's some sort of problem with Agent Lang's statement with regard to this scene?
Looks like the only thing the car was selling was death, not dreams.
Only if what Agent Lang believes turns out to be true. The 3-tired tread marks are very telling. However, is the blue Badger mobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? Sorry, Agent Lang, but that's an impossible tale. And why is that? Those tire marks could not have been left by Officer Meekins' blue Badger mobile. One look at the car would have told you so. What proves that the blue Badger mobile never had the something? Wow, I said that really fast. Take a good look at the tires. There's not a single dollop of mud to be found on it. Ugh. If this car had come to the backstage area and left those tire tracks, then the lack of mud on these tires stands out as a very... man, I can't talk. Then the lack of mud on these tires stand out as very peculiar indeed. Then how do you explain the tire tracks, genius?
Hey, I've got it. What about Miss Oldbag's pink Badger mobile?
Don't be so ridiculous. I was sleeping the entire time in the second-tier seats.
Indeed, I believe we can rule her out as someone related to the crime. However, there is yet one more roving store, as I recall.
Oh, you mean the Proto-Badger, the Badger of Death, the devil himself.
That's right, there was one more parking space inside that garage. And it proves the existence of a Proto-Badger mobile. Agent Lang, I suggest you find this Proto-Badger mobile post-haste. There must still be some sort of incriminating evidence in it. Ugh.
Hey, did you hear something? Help me. Are you alright?
Well, this is something. Looked like we just found our kidnapping victim. Where were you all this time?
Wild West with kidnappers.
It was in the room next to the one I was held in?
Ran away using underground and got lost. Kidnappers. What is it? I can't understand what you're trying to say.
Oh wait, it said Lance. No, what is it? I couldn't hear what you were trying to. I can't understand what you were trying to say.
The kidnappers escaped wearing costumes.
Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? Oh, because Lang and Lance look the same.
No, I didn't see their faces, but one was a woman.
A woman?
Quite an important piece of testimony.
Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop staring there and get your cops on this already. I'll even let you guys have what the kid said just now. Consider it a gift. Now, are you gonna get out of my crime scene, or am I gonna have to get rough? Again?
You're nothing but a big bully. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go.
Oh, no, not you. You're a very important witness for my case. I'm not about to let you get away that easily.
Don't count on me to testify because I won't, not for you.
That's right, I won't either. You hear me, you young whippersnapper?
That could lead to contempt of court.
Hey, calm down. There's no need for all this hostility. I just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not going to rough either of you up. I give you my word. Come now, fair maidens. What do you say? Will you cooperate?
Fair maidens?
Oh, why, you little rascal. You sure know the way to a woman's heart. Lang Z says, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment, and a lady is young forever. Try and outdo my entry pool with your fancy schmancy sayings. Let's get this over with so we're clear. I'm only interested in giving you my statement. Sure, just as soon as Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Sorry, gotta go. You can only plead the fifth if it's a matter of, first of all, that's specifically for if you're a defendant and you don't want to say anything, to incriminate yourself, you have that right. If you're subpoenaed as a witness and you refuse to testify, yeah, you can be found in contempt of court. Right. So, like, if there's no self-incrimination, then... Oh, for that Easter egg? Yes, which I've seen happen. You get subpoenaed, which is an order to appear, and if you don't show up, judge can be like, all right, warrant for their arrest. They bend here by pointing fingers. I thought that was a state thing. Let me check that. Oh, it is federal. Okay. For some reason, I thought that was codified by state. Yeah, spousal testimonial privilege. The spouse, the witness, is the holder of the privilege. But they can't, like... If my wife is up there and decides she wants to testify against me, I can't prevent her from doing that. But if she chooses to not testify against me, she doesn't have to because of spousal privilege. So yeah, I don't know why I thought that was codified by state. It's a federal thing. I mean, I guess it could be codified by state too, and I just assumed it wasn't federal level then, which is not the right thing to do. If a court did something to cause a person's Fifth Amendment right to be violated, then it would render the outcome void. The higher courts would likely... It would have to get appealed, though. Well, no, I mean, if it happened... We're assuming that the judge is okay with it, right? That means that it would have to get appealed at the next level. And then the higher court would say, this was fucked up. I can point fingers and slam desk all day. Well, they can certification effects of the Superior Court submit. So basically, you can start the process of it, but the Superior Court itself is the one that has to issue the warrant. Well, the president is an entirely different situation because there's question as to what the president can and cannot be charged for. Still questions today, so I can't really answer that question. If the U.S. Supreme Court... Well, okay. In theory, the U.S. Supreme Court can't actually break the Constitution, right? Because, like, whatever they say is going to be based on an interpretation of the Constitution. Now, some people might argue, oh, what they're doing is a violation of the Constitution, but the way in which they will always present it is that it is actually in keeping with the Constitution. So there's no real way to, to deal with that other than legislating a law itself, making it more clear as to what is constitutional and what's not. Dahlia did have some power over the mortal realm. That is no lie. Good old Marbury versus Madison. First case everyone probably reads when they get to law school. We make the law. It's funny because that case is only like, what, 3 paragraphs or something like. It's really short. That was who, Marshall? It's like we got the boot again. With Lance safe, the focus of the investigation will shift solely onto the murder. You mean the infighting between the kidnappers? Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Fuck, what voice did I give him? Oh, it was like a weird old guy voice, wasn't it? Oh, it was like a southern old guy, that's right. Tell me it's true. Tell me that you've really found my boy. Yes, Mr. Amano, we found him earlier in the stadium.
Then my little Lance is unhurt?
He's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Lang.
Poor Lance, it must be so horrible. It's been so horrible for him. Locked up like a...
I'll just leave you to be. Alright, so apparently there's something at the front gate.
But Daddy, I don't want to go!
Is this the same badger from the police station?
Why is there a blue badger here too?
Are you deathly allergic to him or something?
It's not that it's more the half smile on his face. It's more the half smile on his face. It's really unsettling.
She's disturbed by the half smile? I'm more disturbed by its movements and how it managed to obstruct an investigation. This guy looks like, what's his face? He probably has he's probably balding, but it also kind of looks like it could be blonde. So he could be the victim from the, 2-1? 2-1. Yeah, 2-1. But he obviously couldn't be him. That guy's dead by this point. Spoilers! This man looks suspiciously like the precinct. Look at that lovely smile. Oh, that's the chief. Look at that lovely smile on the blue badger's face.
It's looking at me, making stuff. It's scary.
It's alright, dear. You want to know something? I was the one who created the blue badger. See, look at his eyes. Don't they look just like Daddy's? Oh, God.
It's scary. It's scary because they do look like yours, Daddy.
Well, that was rather depressing. I think I'd better leave the two of them alone. Two. Sorry, not 2-1. 2. I almost never consider the first case to be an actual case, so I just skip it to the next one. Yeah, 2-2 is what I mean, not 2-1. Although I shouldn't, because 2-1 introduced us to Maggie, and Maggie's just a deer. Go farther right, like actually off the bridge, or to the bridge. Oh. What the fuck? They say that couples who cross this bridge together will find happiness. Or so the Gatewater Lamp pamphlet says.
But you'd think that they'd already be happy because they were able to come together.
Logistics aside, I wonder who came up with this tale and when. This bridge doesn't look old enough to be the stuff of legends.
Well, some things are better left uninvestigated, don't you think? Ignorance is bliss.
Speaking of ignorance is bliss. I guess they're still together. They're all still together at this point, right? Why does... Oh no, he has 2 paddles. It's like, why does he only have 1 paddle? But like, what is he doing? I guess he might be turning one? 100% confirmed. Agreed. To be fair, I mean, I don't think there's enough room on that boat for both of them to row anyways. I mean, I'm really interested in seeing what happened with Maya during all that time. Obviously, we'll find out. Where do I want to look first? Talk to these two. Can I go into the saloon? No, I can't. I mean, technically, Edgeworth could be considered an ace attorney. How's my boy? I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. Like, I literally didn't do anything. He just kind of showed up. I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver. Are you counting that money to give to me, or nope, you're still talking. But I have to say, I'm relieved that Lance is all right. Oh, that's right. I mustn't forget to pass. And there we go. God, that's so weird. Anyways. The standard crash. God, it sucks because we always drop viewers too, even though like it's been a pretty like regular thing that lasts about 20-ish seconds. It takes 20 seconds for OBS to reinitialize the stream. What the fuck was I saying? Oh, the Southern Belle. The Southern Belle is definitely the woman, 99%, the woman that is involved with the kidnapping. It's kind of like the case in with Waki, right? Ugh. Which sucks, because she's so lovely. The other 1% is that it's Lang's assistant. But that kind of wouldn't make any sense. The way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe you received yet another love letter, you know? Here, take a look for yourself. Isn't this a breach of confidentiality? Viola! It's a very simple love letter. Oh, hey, let me see. That's really weird. It's from a loan company, Tender Lender. Oh my god. He's gonna die. He's gonna die. She's gonna kill him. Oh, this wasn't even the worst kidnapping he'll endure during this season. Oh my god. It's... Oh my god. Nope, I don't think that's a love letter. Whew. It is the lending assistant. Whew. Whew, he does not. He does not. Hell, the kidnappers might have saved him if she was coming after him instead. It's from a loan company, Tender Lender. Looks more like a collection bill to me. Can we talk about this? Like, seriously. Okay, maybe it's not Ring Pop Girl. Maybe it's actually fucking Viola. Wait, how did they pronounce her name again? Cadaverini? No, he doesn't. What? Which dialogue did we miss? Did we? I thought I was just talking. Yeah, I don't think... Because I didn't start the letter thing until after I came back, right? Is it Viola or Viola? Oh, so the letter. Okay. Alright, let's just go over that again then. Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. Literally nothing. He just kind of walked up and appeared. I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver, but I have to say I'm relieved that Lance is all right. Oh, that's right. I mustn't forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him. A letter? Viola. V. The music instrument is pronounced viola, but let me tell you, there are some people with that name that pronounce it viola. It is... In my area, it's more common for somebody to be named Viola than Viola. Violetta. I see, okay. That I didn't remember. That makes sense, though. Yo, what's up, Maxim? Ooh, yeah. That is unfortunate. Very unfortunate. At least you aren't a Toa. Nope, not you. Stop assuming that I need to talk to you. I want to talk to this sobbing woman. He loves me not. He loves me not. Oh, that's the 12th one. No, you can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try. Excuse me, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all the flowers you've gone through. I suppose, if they were me then. I believe you said that you are Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct? Yes, I am, but oh, it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not friends either? I mean, because this isn't just any ordinary ring. No, it's not. No, it's not. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. Oh, it's so wonderful. Piano. What's wrong with the Toas? Well, I mean, the sun said the younger the better in regards to women, without any qualifier, as in the cutoff is 18 or legal age, or as long as they are of legal age. No. He had no qualifier to that other than the younger the better. Violet, yeah. Violet, but if you pronounced it that way, that'd be Viola. Yeah, it'd be Viola. 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 I mean, I don't even need to get laid, just get me kind of excited. Phrasing indeed. You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring?
So which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out? Or is it just one-sided?
Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know?
My father used to work for Mr. Amano. And so Lance and I grew up together. I said it out loud.
I don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Amano group? What did he do?
I heard his job was to fly around the world on Pegasus.
Pegasus?
Well, Pegasus is the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company. You had me there for a second. What? I delivered that right the first time, right? But now it's all changed. My father, he isn't around anymore. Oh, I see. About 10 years ago, he rode in Pegasus off to somewhere and never returned.
Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Whereabouts unknown. Sounds like the stuff legends are made of.
It's been so long, I don't think I'd recognize him if we were to ever meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to the sadness. I have to live. Yes, Lauren, live!
About this incident.
Incident? But isn't the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time, and so I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident.
How did you come to know that Lance had been kidnapped?
Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition.
You based everything on that?
I know everything when it comes to my Lance. It's really strange. It really must be destiny. She started fantasizing again. So what are you gonna do now, Mr. Edgeworth?
We already established that there is a good chance that the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there is one location that might hold a clue or two. The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout.
We're still not allowed in, remember?
Agent Lang and his men should be done with this area. In that case, there is no harm in asking that officer over there to let us in. That officer, in case you weren't aware.
Later, Beth. Take it easy.
It's never going to be Old Bag. Just like Yasuhiro's never going to die, Old Bag's never going to be the killer. They are meant to annoy us. I'll be right back. I'm going to refill my H2O. Wait, I didn't get the water. I didn't bring it. Poured the water, and then I just came back without it. That's like what? They've been. And hello, Easy Advance. 35 likes, so I owe What do you have to report? Sir, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, sir. Where have I heard such redundancy before? Is it possible for you to let us take a look around inside? Sir, Roger, sir. Surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lang order you not to allow me in? Sir, that's true, sir, but Detective Gumshoe asked me to personally let you in, sir. I couldn't refuse a request from him. Wow, looks like Detective Gumshoe has a following. Furthermore, I was asked to give you this document to you, sir. What is this? The man in this picture, isn't this Mr. Oliver Deacon? But the name here says Colin Devoray. Devoray. That's the same name as the one on the back of the pendant. It appears that Colin Devoray was his real name. What's this? He was convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison. What? Then what was he doing here? Apparently he broke out of jail and then just vanished. He must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact that he was an escaped felon. Now I'm not sure what's going on anymore. There's some sort of link between the victim's past and this current case? These police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. That's fine, let's focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout. Yeah, I agree. We should investigate first, think later. More than thinking things through, I think you should try remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer? It was locked up until a little while ago, but since then the door's been wide open, sir. I'm not sure I follow with what it is you're saying. Care to explain in a little bit more detail? Sir, the door was locked down tight when we went to check out the room. So they got about 10 officers to help out and break down the door. I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we find. So this is where the kidnappers planned their foul deed. Well, you were tied up for a while in the room next door. Okay, please, must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business. There might still be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can of the other kidnappers' identities. Whereabouts unknown after escape from Pen E. Dent prison. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. He thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. Huh. He does not weigh very much. I'm not gonna read. 3 cups of coffee. Cheap styrofoam cups. Looks like only 3 cups were used. I wonder what this key is to. You got me. Reminds me of the key we found in the other room. That's it. This must be the key for one of those trap doors. It wasn't a trap door. You only call it one because you quite literally jumped into it. Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one? I'm not having this conversation with you. If Rare were here, he's taller than me, I think, by a little bit. Actually, Carmello's taller than me, too. By about an inch. Poster of Gatewater Land is stuck on this wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige. Gatewater Land has it all, and it's waiting for you! It's not especially catchy, is it? Folding chairs, and by the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers. There are 3 chairs set around the table. Chairs? Let's see. Yep. We are good. Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth! It's a broken mirror. It probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? A sign advertising the phono rally, something I have absolutely no interest in. Yeah, but I do! I do! And I'm going to get my hands on the rest of the Badger family, you'll see! Definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation. Hey, there's a trapdoor in this room, too! It's not a trapdoor. It's an entrance to an underground passage, Kay. I know that! The door leading to the outside world was locked, so Lance must have escaped his prison through here. Oh, they have barrels oh, they have barrels like these just outside. Yes, Ann? Well, I know I already asked you when we were out there, but if these are real, what would you put in them? There's an expectant gleam in her eyes, and I'm about to dash. What have we here? Looks like a sword. A broken sword. Strange, why would it be broken like that? Swords don't usually break on their own. That's true. Alright then, let's think about it in this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it for or on something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. This must be where they dispose of old and worn out costumes. That's so sad! It would seem that they throw the costumes away in pieces. Beyond this door is where the kidnappers held you after getting the jump on you. Must you keep reminding me?
But it's the room where I got to see your awesome girl face.
You didn't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. Okay. So, the tall thing, isn't it? I heard the same thing. You're at your tallest in the morning, and it's because, and I have no idea if this is true. This is just what I was told in middle school. Who knows if they knew what they were talking about. It's because your spine is like less solid when you sleep or something like that. Like it expands as it relaxes, and then when you wake up, it re-tightens or strengthens or whatever. Which, doesn't happen immediately, but it happens gradually. Yeah, I think that was it. Like, it's good, but I think that was a little exaggeration we were fed as children due to gravity, but it's really much inconsequential. Yeah, so like, yeah, and I mean, it's not like you're gonna gain an inch or something like that, right? You just get a little taller. Is there an objective way to get shorter? Yeah, cut off your legs. Spine contraction, you stand straight, whereas it's evenly displayed when laying down. Distributed. Why did I say displayed? Gravity's flattening your spine. So that's what Adamski was. Well, she asked me, is there a way to get shorter? Yeah, not have legs. I'm just answering her question. I'm not saying anybody should do it. Nobody should do it. Alright, let's look at our logic. Costume pieces. The common denominator between the cups and folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. 4 is right out. Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed, something isn't adding up, literally. Is it possible there is a third kidnapper that Lance didn't see? It's clearly broken in half. I don't think these go together. Let's give it a try. Maybe it's because the sword should have been in there, but instead it was taken out. Yeah, I didn't think so. Ooh. This door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open. Ah. I love how big she talks. Like, when she talks, she fucking puts her whole mouth into it. Whereas Edgeworth is just kind of like this. It's more chill. She's like this when she opens her mouth.
That doorknob handle thingy is looking pretty beat up. I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way in with brute force. Hey, that's odd. The lock on this thing is completely fine. Look, not a single dent. But how is that possible after what the officer told us? Yeah, if the lock had been in use when the door was busted down, then the lock itself should be completely wrecked. So the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged? How can that be?
Okay, so these other things we really just needed to see the door.
It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door lock and anyone can see that it was not in use at the time. But the policeman outside said it took 10 men to get it open. A door that was locked tight despite it not being locked at all.
Yo, what's up, Mike? It was it was cool for a brief period of time to make fun of taller women because of the movie. Now this is how could that movie have influenced anything? It's trash. It's, you know, why would anybody even have remembered anything from that movie? But Deuce Bigalow, Male Gigolo, had an impact. And they had a really tall woman character on there. And it became funny to mock similarly tall women like the bystanders did in that movie. But yeah, it's just, like I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, man, that was fucking mean, man. I've also heard the phrase Amazons when talking about taller girls, but it's not necessarily done. I think it's like Tom said, that's not necessarily in a bullying fashion, more of just in like a fascination. Cause it's not Futurama, cause that's like the peak, right? Who doesn't want snoo snoo? I can't remember if it was a show or movie, but I remember they're like Amazons, and they're like excited about it. Like they're like, oh, tall women, yes. Which was weird because I always thought the Amazon thing was more about strength than it was height. Am I going to answer that? No. I don't recognize the number. Yeah, because people were young and stupid. Tall girl? That sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't remember anything about it. They are just jealous and insecure. They're shorter. That's just one way in which it's used, Sarah. Yeah, my impression of Amazons was always that they're fucking hot. But I've seen it used as an insult, just not as often as it being a compliment or fascination, like I said. Amazon is a delivery service. That girl is very tall. We have reason to avoid her, though. She looks like she's actively trying to kill the player character. That's disagreeable. I mean, I did not marry someone who once beat me in a fight, and I feel like we have similar perspectives. All right, later, Nick. Take it easy, dude. It can only be because of this.
Oh, you mean...
Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. You see how the handle is completely destroyed?
So that's how the sword broke.
I thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers. Instead, we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. Never, ever fucking do that again. It just popped up like it was nothing. You met a woman who's taller than you'd be like $100 if you pick me up and stick me in your pocket. Oh, you can carry me around forever. Dog. For some people, height is a part of the attraction, though. But I agree, it's not really a factor in whether I find someone to be attractive or not. You wish you were small? I don't. I don't wish I was small. What is it? Well, well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct? What are you doing suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that? This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. Oh, that's fucking Gumshoe, isn't it? Damn it, I wanted to give him an Agent Smith voice. Mr. Edgeworth. The Badgers also make use of it in our duties. Wait, no. Look, why don't you get out of there first and then we'll talk, okay?
Proto-Badger, get! Alright, only one more to go.
What are you getting all excited about?
Did you forget the photo rally? Duh. See, look, now all I have to do is get a picture of the Bad Badger and I'm done.
Oh yes, I vaguely recall a contest of something of that sort. What? Who is this? It's gone, but where'd it go? What's wrong? A Bad Badger costume is missing, sir.
Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because a kidnapper stole it.
Heard about how they were stolen.
But they said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken.
What? Are you saying that more than 3 of them were gone? Mr. Proto Badger, please tell me a little more about these costumes you use. What did you mean by a bad badger costume is missing? I can buy any vehicle and choose to ignore any issues that might come with my height. Like my Mitsubishi Eclipse that I used to own. And everybody was like, how the fuck you get into that car? And I'm like, I find a way. And it was fine. I personally did not have any problems with it. He is really in that personal space. I'm just gonna get, because now I'm not sure it is Edgeworth. Because now it seems like it's a worker there. Why, just what I said, sir. We are one badger short. I have an idea.
Guys, you have 2 of each costume on hand all the time.
Okay, so because of them... Okay, so because one of them is walking around in the park...
The other should be in that room.
Oh, actually, both of them should be in that room.
Huh? What do you mean?
Normally, we don't use the bad badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. It's the stage show where the bad badger wreaks havoc around the park.
How can you look at Proto Badger's eyes and not, like, shit yourself and drop the gun and run?
The other badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir.
I'm speechless that such a show exists.
Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you the only time we use that costume.
Then doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of the bad badger?
Personally, I can't believe that it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I to do, sir?
All of this basically means is that the kidnapper stole 4 costumes in total.
Then are you saying that there are 4 kidnappers?
No, I don't think that's very likely.
Oh?
Recall the costumes for a minute.
The stolen ones, you mean?
What proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist? You had 4 people and you wanted to steal a 4th costume. Wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And yet the kidnappers decided to steal another bad badger. I believe the culprits needed 2 bad badger costumes, but the question is, why? Blind to the truth. Hey, who is this? I was wondering if you don't mind, Mr. Proto Badger, how did you know my name?
You're pretty famous, sir. I would think that most people would know who you are.
Famous? Me? Oh, shucks.
Absolutely, sir. You're always very active in the community, I hear.
Oh, I didn't know you were such a celebrity, Mr. Edgeworth.
I feel like I've met this person before. Maybe it's just my imagination? It can only be one of 2 people. It could be Gumshoe moonlighting, although I don't know why. Like, he's acting like he's a part of, like, consistently a part of the show and shit. I don't think that's the case. There's one other person that it could be. It's not, and it's not Meekins. The second Bad Badger costume. I believe it may be closer at hand than we think.
What do you mean?
Have the gall? That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that it's wearing some very telltale pants?
Hey, you're right. Let's get it out of there and take a look.
As I suspected, it's a bad badger costume. Well, minus the head. Won't rest until I've expected blah 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 blah. What do you want? Actually, I'm afraid to ask that question. Right, that's why I said it's not Meekins. Look, its hand is hurt. Hurt? What? What the fuck are you? Looks more like something was ripped off of it. I wonder why this bad badger costume's right hand is torn up like that. Maybe it's a flesh wound for a fight with the blue badger. I always knew the blue badger was one ferocious beast. I somehow doubt that even real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that K.
Time to tip the scale.
Ace, thank you for the sub on YouTube. Yeah, Bad Badger's the only one with any modesty. What am I missing up here? Do I have to go back to the hand? Oh, deduce. That's right. Still have the head. No, it's not meant to. Ugh. What do you have in his hand? Sword? That would be weird. No. No. Oh, the gun. But we don't actually have the gun, so we just have to show the... I believe what we have here is an inconsistency. Between what? Look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in its right hand than it should be. Oh, the gun!
Precisely, the Bad Badger was designed to always hold a gun in his right hand. However... You there, did you remove the gun from this Bad Badger's right hand?
No, you're not sure. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume.
As I thought, the rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functioning weapon, correct?
Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, it can fire blanks. We need to use them for the stage show.
Seems that our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun, my dear costume friend. I think we're about done with this room. So what's next? Well, we found a few answers. There are a few things left that but there are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay. The hell are you guys talking about? Are you getting censored, Mike? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Okay, so we know it's not Gumshoe for sure now. You've got to hurry, sir. Come on. What is it, detective? They found a Blue Badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir. Oh, they found a Blue Badger... Wait. What? Oh, they found a Blue Badger costume down by the main gate, sir. What? Isn't that what one of the kidnappers is wearing? Bingo! That's why you gotta come to the main gate with me right now. If we hurry, we might still be able to get there before Wolfboy does, sir. Alright, let's make haste to the main gates. That's weird. That's really weird. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe? Just on the other side of the fountain, sir. Fuck. Was it out here in the open all along? No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly. Well, then let's get down to it. Oh, that face. Oh. This headpiece, this must be the Blue Badger Officer Meekins crossed paths with. Oh, the nerve of someone throwing a Blue Badger away like this. I worked so hard to create this character. It's like my baby. How could someone do this, sir? How? Detective, how about channeling your anger towards finding the culprits? Good idea. Oh, wait until I get my hands on... So, who are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Why don't you try figuring it out for yourself for a change? I.e., I don't know either. Oh my god, would you let you say facial? Oh god. What do we have here? Oh, it's another pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver too. Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon? Is it possible that these two...
Hold it right there. Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? Pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence.
How can you tell?
Look here and read off what you see.
Lauren! Hey, it's the name that's engraved on this. Okay, maybe it's not her. Because that would be way too obvious then for her to get implicated so early, right? Good. I'm glad it's not her. Tired of sweet girls being fucking murderers.
Aha, we have you now, Miss Kidnapper.
No, you don't understand.
Golly, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers.
Lance. You're kidding. Miss Paups is one of the kidnappers?
Yes. Oh, motherfucker! She's not the one that killed.
It was me. I held Lance hostage.
So Miss Paups is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over. Hey guys, case closed! Get the car ready and I'll be the special one for this young lady. Again, Mr. Prosecutor, what is it this time? Are you proposing that Miss Paups is also the culprit in the murder case? Monkey Butler? Man, you really do want to be Homer Simpson, don't you, Mike? I respect it. She said no. No, it wouldn't be called racist just by PC people. It would be called racist by anyone that has a brain, a functioning brain, and realizes that when it's being used as an insult. That's rarely used as an insult compared to just it's an animal, right? Yeah, YouTube shouldn't ban it. That's dumb. YouTube has this really weird, like, reverse racism issue, because they did that with fried chicken. The fuck's wrong with fried chicken? Yeah, I'm black and I like fried chicken. I don't fucking care. Doesn't mean you should be banning the word, YouTube. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it got fixed, but Mike was the one who noticed it a while ago. Don't remember what stream that was. It was really funny, though. I agree, it is stupid. That's interesting. You're probably right, Devin. But, like, the fried chicken one's weird because, like, you're directing it at someone? Fried chicken. Are you calling them fried chicken? Are you insinuating that they eat fried chicken? And if so, is there a problem with that? I don't, like, the monkey thing in that context makes more sense. Still dumb. It's like Adamski said, it's a fucking legit word. And the uses of it in a racial context are far outweighed by how often it's used in its normal context. So there's like no point in doing that. But like the fried chicken thing was so weird. It was in one of the first two Ace Attorney streams, Ace Attorney or Justice for All. I thought it was during something else that was like a Mega Man stream or something like that. There's nothing wrong with fried chicken, Sarah. It's amazing. Eat it. Love it. Live it. I mean, no, I don't want you to tell me who it is. If the game's going to tell me. Later, Tara. Take it easy. If it's going to be revealed, then I would... Excuse me. Like the game to reveal it. Unless what you have is... Unless it's never revealed and it's just a fan theory. Or like based off of like an interview somebody had. Okay, so it was during Ace Attorney streams. Interesting. But did they just say by itself instant noodles? They said instant. That's such a stupid fucking. Okay. The game does not tell me. Then how do they know? Yeah, I've seen racist posts using the fried chicken stereotype, but not just fried chicken. Like, if somebody looks at me and says fried chicken, I'm not going to take offense to that, because that, like, why? I guess I'd take offense to the fact that they'd be so lazy to use such a fucking stupid insult. Like, dude, put more effort into it. Oh, it's something from a previous game? I'm guessing it's Maggie. Oh, no, it's not Maggie. Are you serious? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, God. And he would be in the fucking proto-badger suit. Is that possibly the most unholy creation in all of video game history? Fucking Coke Face McGee in the Proto Badger costume? Your arguments were like a package of instant noodles. That's a very soft insult, I guess. Because I mean, like, sure, but I don't think the covered instant noodles look like the greatest fucking thing either. It's not like they give you this ridiculously amazing looking dinner and then inside it's nothing. There's a few Teletubby video games, but was he inside one of them? Okay. Okay, good. It's the bellboy. I don't remember his mannerisms at all. For some reason, I was thinking it was what's his fuck from Apollo Justice. But and I was like, that's why I was like, that doesn't make any sense, because he was a reporter still back then. Okay, so the bellboy from the first Ace Attorney game. Yeah, I did not remember his mannerisms in the slightest. Interesting. Interesting. Oh my god! I'm gonna take a shit in a box and send it to your parents for sending me theirs. Oh. Yeah, this allegedly means white W power, which, like, I mean, things like that can change over time in terms of their meaning, right? It's odd for me because I use okay a lot, but I don't spread my fingers out. I never did this. This is strange to me. Like, even if you look at the emoji, it does this. It doesn't spread the fingers out. So, like, to me, it's distinctively different than this. But, end quote, yeah, I do. mean, but again, it's not like that would be the first time that something like that would happen. And it's not like 4chan's, that's happened in times where there's been no social media. Words can sometimes take on, words and gestures and stuff like that can sometimes just take on negative. People just allow this to mean fuck you. This does not mean fuck you in other places of the world. Right. Yeah. Like when they do it, it's like purposefully. Which, like, to a certain extent, they're just trolling, right? But then some of them aren't, and that's the problem. It was like the whole Kekistan thing. Like, I was under the impression that that was all just a gigantic troll. And they, like, egged people on to make it think it was worse than it really is. Although I think part of that is then, too, is, again, for some of the people, that might be all it was. It was just trolling. But some of these other people, it's troll fueled by actual racism. Isn't in Japan, like, this is considered the middle finger, dropping your eyelid and sticking your tongue out? If you did that here, people would be like, is something wrong with you? So, I mean, it's not like it's this unique situation where social media let one place change it. Stuff like that's been happening forever across different cultures. Hi, Ender. How's it going? Will I get in trouble for what? Having the middle finger? Putting the middle finger up? See, I disagree, because this is organic now. Just because it wasn't organic then doesn't mean it's not organic now. The world is different. The way the world works is different. The way things happen organically is different because the world's infrastructure in general when it comes to technology and communication is different. Exactly. If they adopt, if white supremacists then adopt the symbol, then it's not a prank anymore. Then you stop playing it off as a prank because it doesn't matter. They've appropriated it. Like this? Are you talking about this? Spit it out and it's in yours. Oh my god. Okay, so apparently don't do this in Turkey. Don't do any got your nose tricks, because holy shit will you get your ass beat. Oh my god, that's really good to know. Yeah, they use the middle finger, but never in like that way. It's completely different. I agree, the music does fit this conversation. So yeah, I mean, like, unfortunately, regardless of what the intent of the origin is, when it's actually used in that context, then it doesn't matter. Then the original intent does not matter because it's been appropriated and that's what it means. That's what they are purporting it to mean. And that can't be ignored. Fucking annoying that it happens, but it does. That's the backfire. That's what trolling can do, though. Some people can actually be like, yeah, you know what? We're actually going to use that. It can actually lead to reality. Never show your middle finger to other drivers while driving. People do that here. It's just kind of hit or miss as to whether you'll actually get a response or not. But yeah, no, I mean, it's just this is stuff where it's very different across the world, which is really interesting. Yeah, like, don't wave your whole hand. Like, that's something that people need to know ahead of time before they go there. What country is that? Like this? Yeah, I mean, like, this in Japan doesn't mean peace, it means victory. It can be interpreted very similarly. They're both positive things, but the way they actually use it is different. No, but I'm not saying that it can't be used in the original context. I'm just saying that there will be confusion for a justifiable reason, and people can't get pissed off because you have to acknowledge that another meaning for it exists. And people shouldn't just be like, well, you should just know that there's other, because that's making you the asshole for not taking into consideration that it means something else to other people. What expression is that? Like, if I do this and somebody's like, oh, it's a white power sign, I know I'm gonna have to explain myself. That's just the way it is. I'm not gonna get mad at them or be annoyed with them. They're not the ones who turned it into that sign. I mean, yeah, that happens in the US too, just maybe not as often. What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. We found it. Found what? That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. Who are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show any signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking out onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Oh my God, Mike. Jesus Christ. Yeah, exactly. That happens a lot. A lot. Yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to be. It's a Band-Aid, isn't it? It's like a bandage. She is wearing a ring pop. Yeah, but I mean, just because Dragon Ball did doesn't mean that's how it's actually used there. Go look it up. You'll see that that's not really used the same way.
Miss Paups, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it.
Thanks for the confession. Yeah, she's lying. She didn't do it. So what is she hiding? Was this all a fabrication? And she's just trying to protect him because she loves him? The victim? What the fuck's his name? Lance? Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. You got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Paups.
Yes?
I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder.
But why? I'm a kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough?
It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as the losing mutt. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear about all the evil deeds you committed today. No, she's too precious.
The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
There, are you satisfied she just confessed to her crimes a second time? At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Miss Paups, is what you said really the truth?
Yes, it is.
That is the truth. It certainly isn't the whole truth, because there is something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. I mean, I believe it, Mike. The funniest insults I have ever heard all come from Full Metal Jacket. Like, oh my god. That would beat me down. That's for damn sure. Hi, Pablo. How's it going? Now, of course, these days, it's all very homophobic, and it's more of like a... Do you like to suck dicks? And if they're like, yeah, well, who fucking cares? Sure, yeah. Then his comeback really doesn't work too well, because you're like, oh. I see. But of course, that movie took place in what was Vietnam? The 70s? Early 70s? Late 60s? I actually don't know the years of Vietnam. Which, obviously, for time.
Hold it!
How well did you know the victim?
I've spoken with them only a few times at Lance's house.
A few times? That's it?
Yes.
They only met a few times. I don't see how they could have trusted each other.
But if you hardly ever talked, then how could he trust you to not steal his plan?
That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning, which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena?
Yes, however, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself.
I bet you he didn't see that one coming. Stupid fucker. Yeah, I did know that. KY told me that he was a real drill instructor, which is pretty sick. Then he become a hilarious actor. Oh, really? That's cool.
Hold it!
You knew? How did you know something like that?
Oh no, what should I do?
Hey, what's wrong with her now?
Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? No, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy.
Oh my god! What is she doing? crazy. She's actually crazy. Oh dear. Okay. Well, there's that. She has this tick where she like goes to cut her hair with a scissors in frustration over herself.
Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare.
Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Paups, let's continue with your testimony.
Oh, yes, of course.
Hold it!
Yep, it is true. It is true. Why did you believe that?
Anyone who knows Mr. Amano would think the same. I bet Lance is the old man's greatest treasure.
I suppose he would be to a doting father like Mr. Amano.
I always figured that it was too, and I was always envious of Lance for it. Oh, because your dad's... I got this pendant from my father. And I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms, riding on the back of Pegasus.
That pendant, she must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus. Hold on a second. What the fuck was that dude's name? Deveray.
Hold it!
Would you mind telling us a little bit about the plan itself?
Well, first we captured Lance. Oh, how'd you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. Bah, and here I thought you knew how to steal people away.
I shudder to think what you would do with such knowledge.
Sorry, I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but...
Hold it!
Why do you think he did?
I have no idea, but maybe he had planned on doing so from the very beginning. Miss Paups.
Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Paups from the very beginning? Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely. Huh? I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you.
But why? We were total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money.
Miss Paups, you really are clueless, aren't you?
Well, what do you mean?
You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Paups. Do I show the... What do I show? The pendant?
Take that!
Why are you showing this to me?
So what about the pendant? This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, show who you really are.
Take that!
These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree?
Hey, you're right. They're the same color and they're even made of the same material.
I believe that these two pendants are actually one. Shall we give it a try?
Wow, it's totally Pegasus. But why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's?
You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be.
No, it can't be.
That's fucked up. She just found her dad and also just found out that he died. Right, like in front of her. So the two make a sit. It's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. You lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well, I'll show you with this evidence. This piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant. Think of the Dossier? Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Deveray, the name that is etched on the horse pendant.
What, an alias?
What, an alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense given what was written in Mr. Deveray's dossier. But what I really wanted to point out was this. This specific section is what reveals the true meaning behind those presents. Mr. Devoray had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Paups.
That's a lie. That person was not my father.
He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot? And what is so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you? Pot calling the kettle black. You're thinking it's much too innocent. After all, I've thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. To the right. Wait, where do you want me to put him? Is he in the way? Oh, I thought you're talking about the Phoenix cameo. Gotcha. I thought you were talking about the graphic on the screen. I'm like, is he in the way? All right, that makes sense. It is an anagram. I didn't think to look at that because I thought about it. I'm like, he might be your dad. And I looked at the last name and I was like, okay, well, if it is, then if he is, then one of these last names isn't their actual last name. But I didn't even think to consider it to be an anagram. Interesting. Yeah, they had me go check it out before we went into the kidnapper's hideout. I'll grant you that two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the house of Amano. The two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? Well, this is his version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof that either one didn't know of their true relationship, right? You mean they knowingly committed the kidnapping as father and daughter? That's right. As one really rotten family. Is that what really happened? I'd better take a long, hard look at the evidence. Dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Right, so Lance set this whole thing up. He set it up because he's getting threatened because he needs the money and didn't want to admit that to his father, so instead they staged a kidnapping and she's trying to cover for him. Whereabouts unknown. Surveillance hasn't shown up.
Hold it!
When I was little, I thought my full name was Michael. Stop that. Oh, that's really funny. Like, what, Mom? What do you want? What are you doing? You just called my name, didn't you? Thomas Anderson, Nathan S. Resmodo. Well, you know what name you can always use. Now we all know. If we ever see a warrant out for a Nathan S. Resmodo, we know who it might be. And if a Nathan S. Resmodo ever comes to apply for a job somewhere, we have an idea of who that might be. You think they knew? Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't. Because he was on the lam? You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore, I actually like this because I do that a lot too. Like this. When I'm like putting a very large thought together on the fly. One as a butler and one as a friend of the sun, you mean? They probably thought that was their best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? Of course. You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair. The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were in fact family. Yes, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced those roles well. I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary. I mean, you're presenting the evidence, so the burden of proof's on you, and it would be in trial too. I think he has this backwards. You can make some rude phrases. Oh, that's interesting. No. Which is funny because my youngest nephew's nickname is No. So he's going to be very confused if somebody ever tells him no twice. I claim wheels? Nice. I would still prefer that though over like Phoenix and Trials and for most of Trials and Tribulations. I like that. You actually get filled with like a sense of power. Like, I'm about to fuck this dude up. If when you're Phoenix, you're like, oh my god, am I gonna be able to do it? I don't know. I am Weasel. Well, I'm just saying his philosophy's wrong. I mean, he can have the philosophy all he wants, but it's not correct. Am I? Because I don't... Yeah, just stupid comment. Without evidence to counter him, we're stuck in a draw. No, we're not. Agent Lang isn't wrong. His scenario is certainly a probable one. You better hurry up and do something or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Did the two of them really knowingly commit the crime as father and daughter? Though, I guess the other point of the matter is that in this system it's a little different in terms of like how presumptions are really treated in court. check this. I mean, like, this is weird because, like, by our surveillance, he has yet to show up. That doesn't show that he... Something to do with the mother? Oh, that's not it. What could prove that she did not know? What is it? Oh God. Damn. That was deep. He took away part of my health bar with that one. I don't think the costumes have anything to do with it. So there's the pendants again, but how would that prevent him from simply telling her? Maybe I'm looking at this wrong. I feel like this is like easily our strongest piece of evidence. Maybe I'm wrong. No. I was thinking maybe I just used it in the wrong spot, but good use of their meetings. Oh! Is this where I'm supposed to use it? No. No, that wouldn't make sense. That wouldn't make sense because they're not surveilling him because they don't know that it's him. Oh, that's right. Planned their meetings. Okay, let's go over this step by step. Don't see. Like, the fact that they were in costume doesn't really change anything. Still have this where they took 4 or 3.5 or whatever. If they knew they were father and daughter, and she killed him, why would she have left the pendants on his person? Wouldn't she have taken it as to not trace it back to her? I mean, maybe not. Maybe she doesn't care. Because in theory, it just has a name on it. They can't really trace it to her. That would be, if I were her, I probably would have taken it. Yeah, but I can't think it logically. Well, I can, but it's difficult. Oh, that's not it. Or if it was, it's not in the right spot. Think illogically. Warren D. It wasn't Paups. It was D from the beginning. Wasn't a coincidence. Not for the reason that he thinks. Nope. Two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Two of them. There were three kidnappers. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just two people alone. What kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were three kidnappers. Three! More costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other three, we can assume they were being worn by three different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a 3-man group. And I believe this third person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. And it's fucking Lance. Who is this mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping.
Take that!
Lance Amano? Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. Because the Proto-Badger is terrifying. However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said. But I know I only saw 2 people. This guy was being held hostage. It's possible he couldn't see all 3 of them. Oh yes, about when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? I really don't remember much anymore, honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room blindfolded the entire time. But the kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. It made my escape and I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could. Through the underground passageway, I presume? Are you okay? Sorry, I didn't really want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? He's not supposed to be a Valley Girl. He's supposed to be like pretentious emo high schooler. It's like the dudes from South Park, for example. Well, they're goth, but whatever. We're not. Or no. They weren't goth. It was the emo kids the goths hated. Those are like, oh, we're not vampires per se. A safe spacer. There you go. Yeah, it does. That's a good call. No, not quite yet. How can you not? Why do you look at me with... Oh, huh? How can you not? Why do you look at me with icy daggers in your eyes? Kinda turns me on, to be honest. Because he's a prosecutor and because they're all like that. I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. By the way, have you ever seen Payne's eyes? He's never been able to do that in his life. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. There's a striking point. There's a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little.
Hold it!
Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail? It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm. And where were you when you experienced this calm? Our family garden, of course. Where else could it have been? Well, excuse me for asking. This child is more princess than prince. I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. Then, out of the blue, someone from behind clamps a hand over my mouth. You didn't see your attacker? I didn't see him per se, because they must have not used some drug to knock me out. But before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up.
Hold it!
By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape. Then you were in the same room as your kidnappers? They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. It was definitely two people, and one of them was definitely a woman.
I was so scared. I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move.
Hold it!
The kidnappers disappeared. The room fell into a sudden silence. I had been left behind like an unwanted mutt. And what do you mean by unwanted mutt? What a pointless question. It's not like he's going to tell you anything new, you know. It's a poetic simile. You should learn how to use them, too. You may look refined on the outside, but it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well.
He's the best prosecutor. Maybe before Mia fucking dunked on him. Stole his soul. She fucking Shang Tsung'd his shit. I've come for your soul. Yeah, and I agree with Adamski. When they think Asia, they think East Asia. They don't think of India, any of the Pakistan, Afghanistan, Russia. They just think China, Japan, Korea, maybe Indonesia, Thailand. Yeah, India is in Asia, the continent of Asia, but nobody thinks of it like that. They think about it as just something separate. Well, it's that, and like a significant majority of Russia's population is in Europe, right? Like, I could be wrong, but it was my understanding that the Russia in Europe is much more, or in Asia is much more sparsely populated compared to, like, Moscow is in Europe. I mean, he doesn't, I could go apply to be a prosecutor right now if they hire me, then they hire me. No, they think of it, it's kind of like what Tom said. Like it's almost like, because it's like, it's a subcontinent, they just see it as India. When they think of Asia, they don't think India. Russia needs to do some cardio. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with being a little thick as a country. I agree. Then who's those cuffs on your wrists? I suppose you are still cuffed in that case. I am well aware of how I am chained to reality. Hair flip. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner. How did you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked, which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. Remember, our escape to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined. You say that the door leading out was locked, but it wasn't really? We're talking about that room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I've heard that it took quite a few men to get that thing open, right, Shiana? Shina? Yes, that's correct. Then take a look at this. What is that, a sword? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion... I don't know why, that sounded really funny. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape? Why didn't I? I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. I didn't notice it, per se. As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the room. The door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own. You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. And what would that be? Oh, now he cares. Now he cares about a motive, guys. Now he cares. Some people think the internet is part of the US. Yeah. 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 Oh, he definitely listens to My Chemical Romance, along with Panic at the Disco, but seriously, if I'm being quite honest, my favorite two bands are Dashboard Confessionals and Red Jumpsuit Apparatus. There are a lot, I mean, like, they're known, like, people know, they're good enough that they have to be known, but they're not as, like, mainstream and attract all the normie fans like My Chemical Romance and Panic at the Disco do. I mean, let's talk about Fall Out Boy for a second. What a fucking sellout band. What have they been doing recently? All this pop shit is so garbage, and I'm over here like, man, they sound a lot better to me now. Who think that only the US has a moon? Okay, that's too much. I do not ever want to meet these people. Yeah, I would imagine so, Adamski. Every country has those people, right? But how the US has a moon, on the other hand, that's just... yeah, extremism. Hello, we're back. Man, that was an excellent trip to the bathroom. So quick. So quick. All flat earthers are from the US. The US does like their conspiracy theories and their pseudo-intellectualism. I was gonna say pseudoscience, but no, it's far broader than that. Just pseudo-intellectualism. We in Russia don't have a moon. In Russia, moon has you. Oh, man. Oh, he's from your area? It's interesting. The interval has changed recently. At first it was 3 hours, 2 hours, 3 seconds, 52 to 54 seconds, somewhere in between there. But the last couple days, it's been around 2 hours, 4 minutes, and between 32 to 34 seconds. Something I did caused it to elongate. Feliz Cinco de Mayo. To everyone else as well. Tal, I know you're there somewhere. And Switcher. Happy Cinco de Mayo. I don't know what we're gonna stream for Cinco de Mayo. I should have a margarita though, right? A motive, what else? Do you honestly think that an uptight pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself? This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime. Do you know who this is? She is fucking frightening. Yo, what's up, Chris? Thank you for the raid, dude. What were you playing more Crash 4 today? Tonight? Happy Adoption Day. Right, but they will tell you that they know, and they know better than other people, scientists and stuff, about gravity and how they don't realize how little they know. That's a big problem. Unwise. Night in the Woods? What is that? Oh. It's good to hear that there are so many adoptees. Not that it sucks that you had to be adopted, but that you were able to be adopted and turn out all right. And not have to go through, like, bounce around foster homes and stuff like that. Because I've seen what the toll that takes on kids. It is not pretty. A lot of investigations and puzzles. So, like, kind of like these games. Flat Earthers are harmless until they try to make a rocket fail and die. What if he hits somebody else? He did find a forever home. To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is in fact a collections bill. Particularly frightening collections bill. Anyways, it appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Ugh. Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your old man, huh? Alright, I give up. I abducted myself. Lance! It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates, after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off with that $1 million, but now that dream is over. Oh, Lance! Then you are giving yourself up? Yes, I had planned to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you? Maybe he didn't want us with the ransom money, that's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up.
Lolly left first in the blue badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Meekins saw was Miss Paups. But right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on a bad badger costume, took the suitcase with the $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea that they were related, so I thought it could only end badly. I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Lolly, then it really was you? She's still fucking lying. Man, what a devoted girl. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling a suitcase with $1 million in it. That badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot. The other person crumbled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life. She fired a blank, didn't she? I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you? Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you instead of running away. So Miss Paups, she shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was? If what she says is true, are you saying she's lying? But why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? You'll be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. Yep, Lollipops. It's like a cute name, calling her Lolly. Her last name's Pops. So where do we present the gun? Oh, not there. Actually, I can. Laughing at you pretty hard. No shit, Sherlock. I think I'm getting ahead of myself. Poor helpless girl that you're claiming to be a murderer. Yeah, really poor and helpless. Alright, fine. We'll go through everything.
Hold it.
Please calm down and let's slowly talk through this. But, all you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that for me? All right. So at the stadium.
Hold it.
That was the ransom money, wasn't it?
Yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me.
And what did he tell you?
Well, he called me on my cell phone and told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and had run off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun.
Hold it.
Were you able to clearly see the gun? Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me? You really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth?
I don't know.
I don't want to believe it myself. But it's true, my father's left arm was raised with the gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought.
Miss Paups, please calm down and take a deep breath. And then would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time?
Yes, of course.
Hold it.
You felt that your life was in danger, correct?
Yes, I'm about to die, I thought. So...
No. Do I gotta show that it was in the... This almost certainly has to be where it was, right? Nope, that's not it. Where did Gumshoe come from? Sit through one of those. Name is Puffinstein. Struggling with this last piece. Oh yeah, that's right. The wrong blue stacks. Jesus Christ. Sorry, that was a bit loud. Alright, let's see here.
Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Oh,
Congratulations.
right. Alright, well, you haven't missed anything. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I was just recycling through all the dialogue again to get to get the additional piece of testimony.
Hold it.
You shot Mr. Deacon.
Miss Paups. Yes, I shot him.
And that, as they say, is that. Agent Lang, Miss Paups is far from done. She hasn't even finished her testimony yet. You want to continue questionnaire? What a waste of time. Miss Paups, if you please.
All right.
Hold it.
Did you take off immediately following the gunshot?
Yes.
And you didn't attempt to approach the victim at all after he was shot?
I was scared.
I don't blame you. I would have done the exact same thing.
Poor Miss Paups.
What become of her, Mr. Edgeworth? She seems to be telling the truth regarding what happened at the stadium. However, I don't believe it to be absolutely correct. Listen very carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see. Okay. Wasn't he on stage, though? We don't really have... Yeah. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Because there's no way he could have been firing the gun with his left hand, because he's right-hand dominant. I thought it was weird that they would even bother putting that in his dossier. Very strange. Dominant hand. I have a dossier on your father. According to this, your father was right-handed. Then... This is the same thing as 1-4. And they correctly were like, yeah, that's true, but that doesn't mean he couldn't have used his left hand. Or right hand, I forget if Edgeworth was right or left-handed. Then... The person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. Bad Badger has a model gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun was his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that? Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Paups was saying? Then again, I suppose I can't accept someone who has never set foot in court to catch it. Enough with the smugness. Out with it already. Miss Paups told us earlier. According to you, the Bad Badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Paups?
Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the Bad Badger. It had those huge sunglasses on its face.
And if that's the case, even I can see there's a huge contradiction. Yes, Miss Paups claims to have seen the Bad Badger, and yet the Bad Badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. Why would they be... If he had one in his right hand, one in his left hand, then they're correct. Oh, because he can't have both of them in his hands. It couldn't... no, it was a Bad Badger because it just ripped, right? Why does this seem way more difficult than it should be? I don't know. I think I'm overthinking this one. Yeah. I was thinking they were talking about both the guns. They are both correct. See, that was my gun, but I thought they might have been talking about the double guns. So that was my misinterpretation. Impossible. That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Irresolvable contradiction. Miss Paups' entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if that bad badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the bad badger to freely use both his hands. Costumes have two parts to them, a head and the body. Oh, I get it now! The head Miss Paups saw was probably really the head of the bad badger. However, is it not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger? A different badger? Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. The body of the bad badger Miss Paups really saw was... Fuck, I don't know. It can't be the proto-badger, because we know who the proto-badger was. Meekins had the other blue badger, though. And wasn't she in the blue badger? She put on the blue badger, right? We know it wasn't the pink badger because Old Bag had the pink badger, the full pink badger suit. And whatever suit she had, she wore the entire thing. So she had to be the blue badger, so then it must have been the proto badger, right? What the heck is it? It's the proto badger. Yes, and it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Miss Paups was wearing the blue badger costume, so we can eliminate that one. The pink badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that is left is the proto badger costume. Miss Paups, who was the one who wore the proto badger costume? That would be Lance. Are you saying what I think you are? That Lance Amano donned the bad badger's hat and pretended to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Paups while wearing that hideous thing? The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than a setup. Its purpose was to lead Miss Paups into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Paups and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so that she would pull the trigger. Ha 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 ha! I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have to do all of that, huh? There is but one reason. Lance Amano, you are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon. What? No! That's slander. Take it back. You take it back right now. Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand? I'm left-handed, but what does that have to do with anything? Favorite new character? New character. New character. Probably, what the fuck was her name from the last case? The culprit? I liked her character a lot. She was very amusing. The villain in the first one was good too. He was a little more obnoxious, but I thought he was still really good. But it would be between her and girl. My brain fart. It depends. According to Miss Paups, her attacker held a gun in his left hand. Fucking ran from rival schools. Who is one-handed doesn't prove a thing. And besides, now you're just being absurd. Not like the Proto Badger's bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right? Of course, logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure that he wouldn't be hit by a bullet. We found one half of a bad badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing, plus it was missing something. And that something is the model gun that the Bad Badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Paups, where is the gun you use now? I threw it away into the sea. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was, although I believe that we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question. I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right, and that the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? When they first had their tussle. Chamomile. But not chamomile, that's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about our, I'm completely blanking on her name, and we just saw her talk. Our assistant, in this case. I really like her character. The Yatagarasu. I can remember that. K, yeah. Yeah, K. I'm a fucking moron. In that case, yeah. I don't know yet. Ha, I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Please wait a second. It's simply not possible because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance. You saw the victim in the state of being restrained? You are still going at it, huh? I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape. Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right? We thought it'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium, but then as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at that time. And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Miss Prosecutor, Miss Paups saw the victim with her own eyes, which means that the victim was still very alive at that time, wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. God, I really want to put this pizza in that I have in my freezer. I'm so fucking hungry. But I wanted to finish this.
Hold it!
How did Lance look at that time?
He looked shocked. He also looked a little down when I saw that sadness in his eyes.
Thank you, that's enough for now. What of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like?
Hold it!
Are you sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw?
Yes, I'm certain of what I saw.
Did you go into the other room to check?
Lance said that it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul.
Then are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself?
I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a Bad Badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. That just had to be Mr. Deacon.
Wasn't that us? No. You saw a Bad Badger's head?
Hold it!
Well, the tied up Mr. Deacon was still in his Bad Badger costume?
Yes, and?
It would appear that she misread the whole situation. Now, should I raise an objection? The person you saw was not the victim.
What? Why not?
I will tell you why not with this. This, Miss Paups, shows that the person you saw was not the victim. Miss Paups, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all. Huh? The person you actually saw was this person. It was me. Oh, the person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth? I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me even after I'd handed over the ransom? It was not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at that time. Well, Lance, am I right? That's... You showed Miss Paups a person, namely me, with a blue badger's head on. A bad badger's head on, sorry, I screwed myself there. And then made your costumed escape together, or so you pretended. What do you mean he pretended? Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape, and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword, he then escaped via the passage.
Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth.
Tidal wave?
We've heard a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment.
All that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right, you were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Paups would have still seen me tied to that beam. I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really have no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth.
You see, it would seem that you can't prove a thing. Ugh. Who said that? Please wait.
Mr. Amano.
Oh, Miles, my boy, looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others.
Dad?
Let's see, you are the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry that my son's never did nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh, do you now?
Is that what I think it is? It's the bad badger costume the victim was wearing and a gun.
I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. Odd that I could find these and you couldn't. It appears that they were disposed of in the sea.
Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law?
There, now. Agent Lang, please calm down.
What the heck is that scrap of paper? This appears to be a letter from the chief of police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says.
What? The chief of police? What the? Just who does he think he is?
The person who wields the highest authority in this area.
Ho ho ho, there. Now. There is no need to be so upset. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. Now. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking that you please respect the laws of the land. I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand, it doesn't matter who found the evidence, its value remains unchanged. Alright, now let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. I had a special forensics research lab that I'm on good terms with conduct a test. They verified that the blood on this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren.
What?
You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such distress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final piece of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around.
That's it? These are case-making pieces of evidence? I'll be the judge of that. I won't rest. Oh, God.
Yeah, I think he is too.
The bullet hole. This bullet hole. Looks kind of burnt around the edges. Wait, those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is the most important fact. Why is that? Because it is proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. Would this gun be the actual murder weapon? What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head. Hey, that sparkle, I bet they're really valuable. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. But why are they in here?
Well, these are not the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen.
Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver, but Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. The fingerprints on the weapon, huh? Oh no, this isn't helpful at all! Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. In the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. That may be all you can do, however. I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wound me. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all this decisive evidence? Decisive.
You sure are calling for someone who's accusing his own girlfriend of murder.
You have it all wrong. Allowing her to pay the price is a form of love. She says that she also wants to pay back her debt to society, but...
Hold it!
And why do you believe that the victim was set on taking Miss Paups' life?
I suppose it's because he wanted to silence her, to keep her quiet because she knows the truth behind the kidnapping.
In that case, why did he not target you as well?
That's because he knew that if he killed me, he wouldn't be able to control my father.
Oh, right you are. Even if it cost me millions, I would have the killer found.
I believe he didn't kill you for an entirely different reason, however I digress. Look, more than why he didn't kill me, I'm worried about what'll happen to Lolly.
Hold it!
Justified self-defense, I suppose that is a possibility given the circumstances.
Really? Oh, thank goodness.
However, self-defense is not necessarily in this case.
What do you mean, per se?
Miss Paups is innocent. She didn't do anything, so why would she need to defend herself from nothing?
You still don't believe a word I say, do you?
The entire argument hinges on the fact that her fingerprints are on the gun. However, the truth does not lie there. It lies on whenever he is hiding from me, but not for long.
Hold it!
Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Paups?
There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I had the best forensics techniques money can buy performed.
I find that to be a bit peculiar.
What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me?
What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Paups' prints should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Paups' prints should not be on the gun is... the costume.
But what do I show?
Do I show this again? Or do I show the...
This has him actually holding the gun.
Take that!
This piece of evidence, there is no reason for her to have left prints at all. Which piece is that? Look here, this is what I speak of. God. Oh, that's one way to do it. Because if she has the costume. See, this is another case where I think it goes on just a bit too long, just to draw it out for the sake of padding. Simply not possible for Miss Paups to have left any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Paups was wearing her costume. Huh? But there's been no mistake, we found fingerprints. Well, Miss Paups, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? Ah, yes, as a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. Retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Paups' prints found their way onto the gun. Ugh. You understand now, Mr. Amano? The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Paups is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance! What? No way. I'm incredibly worried about her. See, this is my incredibly worried face. That doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? Neither do... But you don't have any... Okay. That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. What? How? The story that Miss Paups killed the victim at the stage at the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. This piece of evidence proves that the real crime scene is not, in fact, at the stadium. Fuck! God damn it. Is that the haunted house? Oh, this is a good autosave spot. Oh, the gunpowder thing. Let's take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why I insist that he was not shot at the stadium. That would just prove that he wasn't shot at that particular time. He still could have been shot at the stadium, point blank range, just not when she shot it. I guess that's more important. It's just, I don't like the way he's presenting it. This is the part of the costume that proves it. The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range. Ah, so then you mean the murder Miss Old Bag saw at the stadium really was... Yeah, she saw two people, but they were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Ah! Hey, look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is, then? Lance sent me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. The location where Lance and the victim were at just before I was in prison was... I've got it. I know the real scene of the murder. Yeah, come on. The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here.
Take that!
I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely that the victim was killed there. What proves that the real scene of the crime was the haunted house?
Take that!
These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? And what does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous. Yeah, no shit. However, there is one place I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments, and that is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. I win the game of Clue! Gatewater Clue. After that, you stole the Blue Badgermobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West. The timing of when the Blue Badgermobile was stolen confirms this as fact. Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that. Be quiet. Yes, please do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. There's Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you? I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence, decisive evidence. And to call these mere bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena, wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house. You see, isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Probability? Like Z says, on Truth Pass, the word probability does not exist. Isn't this going against everything he was doing before? And saying, the only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no. See? So since you don't have any, shut up. I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people at the haunted house, besides myself, were Lance and Mr. Deacon. I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, and I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. What now, Mr. Edgeworth? Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted, but you're not to touch a single thing, got it? That wouldn't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Sheena, I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval. Who was that? Now. Let's hold on for a second. There is no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano? Agent Lang, if you'll please take a look at this. What is this? Sheena! It's the deed to the haunted house.
Oh my god. What a big brain move.
Read it out loud. Gatewater Land
Incorporated hereby bequeaths the property known as the Haunted House to Mr. Amano for the lump sum of $1 million paid in full in cash.
What?
Oh, as you can see, I'm now the legal owner of the haunted house.
Are you kidding? When did you...
I ran into the owner of the park earlier and we made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye.
That $1 million you paid? Don't tell me it was...
Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now.
You used the ransom money?
My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on.
Discuss? What is there to discuss?
Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course.
While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Amano was out there preempting us.
Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper.
Mr. Amano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. God damn! That was... Okay, so... Big brain. Super big brain. Hats off. That move was power. However, now we have an issue. On one hand, that move was pretty sick, and it was cool to see. In terms of, like, a villain. Like, oh, shit. He one-upped us. 3-upped us. On the other hand, this case should probably be over by now. And this is all just extra padding that they did, because we already know who did it. We already know where they did it. We know what they did it with. Like, this all extra is not stuff we need. So, like, that's where I'm conflicted on this. That was badass, but also this is completely unnecessary. In that case, though, we're going to end right there. I'll finish it next time. It was his money in the first place, yes. I mean, that's part of, like, what makes this so big brain. Because, like, of course, he can do what he wants with his own money, right? Just looks super sus that he, like, what, he got the money back from his son before this all went down? We don't know how exactly things went, but I think that could have been explained. That sort of thing has been done through testimony before, instead of going to re-inspect the scene itself. It could have been done here satisfactorily. The games have done that before. But yeah, that was big brain. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. I was not expecting that. Dude to come walking over like, oh, I have the deed to the house, so permission denied. Go fuck yourself. GG's. Easy clap. Yeah, just get a warrant. He's done. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them buying the crime scene. Well, they didn't know that it was the crime scene at the time. So that's interesting. Would it being a crime scene have voided a property deal? I'm not sure that it would. I don't think so. Because it's not, he just like short sold it for some cash. I don't think there was any guarantees or warranties or representation that would have voided the contract involuntarily. So I don't think that there would be a problem with that. It looks highly suspicious, enough so that if I'm a judge, based on everything I'm seeing, I probably go, yeah, I'm going to give you a warrant to search the premises, and then there's nothing he can do about that. Like, you can get warrants to search private properties. So if they quarantine the entire park off as a crime scene, maybe. But that's not necessarily how it would work. That is true. That's a good point, Ventus. We know that he it seems like he has an in with the police chief, so but I wonder here if the prosecutors can get a warrant and like circumvent the police chief. I don't know if that's something they can do, as I'm just not sure about just how far their power extends. Just know that it's more. But no, that's a very interesting question. I've never seen anything like that come up. It could not be sold because it was the scene of a crime. There needed to be investigation. Could the sale still happen in the background while that's all going on? That's a good question. No, it didn't. This felt like a fast stream. So that'll be it for me. I'll be back tomorrow with something. I don't know what, for Cinco de Mayo. And we'll be back with more of this on Saturday. Saturday will be the next investigation stream. And then Friday will be member stream. Friday member stream, Saturday investigation. So I won't do it. I'm not rating because I'm going to go eat something. I'm fucking starving. So yeah. Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you for all the likes. Thank you to Chris and Lugia for the raids. For end of stream creds. And yeah, I will talk to you guys later. Till next time. Take it easy.
Shit.
It's pizza pie.
I never got the pizzas.
I don't want the
I always got the turkey and cheddar.
You clearly have not made one of those before. What the fuck is that?
I'm trying to look out for you guys.
No. Wait, first of all, you need to put at least 2 pepperonis.
You get a salt made of cheese with it.
You're supposed to spread the sauce around.
Leave it there. Leave it there. This is getting.
You are
we're fucking taking a picture of this.
That fucking sad ass pizza.
Can you caption WTF?
You clearly.
How much? What is?
Dude, I would struggle to have enough for the last piece of fucking dough.
X marks the spot. Forgot about that. I was way too into that stew.
Oh, Marston. I mean, McFarlane. What's her name?
Bonnie McFarlane.
I just told you the one we got the cows from. I mean.
Now you two's in the habit of sending each other letters. How very nice.
It weren't nothing like that.
Red Dead Redemption. Marital disagreements.
This game is taking an interesting turn, man. We're protecting our crops. We're herding cows. We're bickering with our wife about some other woman.
Dear Mr. Marston.
He's like, I ain't hide nothing except for that I can't read. I thought he's illiterate.
Emergency.
She can't read.
Weevils and moths ate.
She just called him an illiterate gunslinger.
Stop.
I don't know, maybe he can't write.
Not
I
exactly
sure didn't think that went through very well.
now, is it?
I guess not. She saved your life, you say?
Yes, ma'am.
So I was forced to give her sex in return. You understand?
You understand? She forced my hand. I hope you understand.